lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts and it's over, round of applause for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts and it's over, round of applause for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Go, go, go.
Are you ready for this? The final day of the first phase of PMPL EU. I'm Genie, your host, joined by Max on the desk once again. And to your surprise, we have a treat, and that is going to be a total of not 4, not 5, but 6 games. And Max, there's a map that you're really looking forward to.
Yeah, I got some chills going down my spine because I'm ready for some Vikendi action for the first time in what seems forever. I don't remember the last time I've been able to cover a Vikendi game. I'm not casting it, that's John and Blank's job, but I wish I was because I love that one. And if we have a castle finish, it'll be chef's kiss, but it's probably not going to happen. But still Vikendi, and I'm hype.
Absolutely. And another hype as well going to be the socials, because a lot is happening over there. YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, you name it, we got it. But what we also got is a giveaway specifically on the socials. Max, yesterday you gave away 2 skins?
Yeah, we gave away 2 skins. We still got a bunch more skins remaining. So if you guys do want to win some, we're going to be giving away 2 skins every weekend until the end of this PMPL season. So go follow. You only have to follow and keep your DMs open so we can reach out if you do win those, and we'll send you the code over. But yeah, keep on following because there's a lot more stuff to win.
Follow or else. Well, anyway, the else is the predictions. Let's have a look at them and how Talent has been doing over the last couple of days now. I'm not going to say that I'm doing great, but, you know, I think I'm doing all right.
Yeah, you got less games played than us, okay? So the stats might be looking good, but at the end, they're just inflated numbers, okay? And,
okay, that's what a loser would say.
Whoa, hey, whoa. I expect your stats to go down, okay? 80% to keep your 80% ratio. So far, I do not believe that will be the case. I believe you will go down to 65 or 70%, okay? The downhill trend begins now.
Excuses. But let's see what else we got going on today, because if the downhill trend is really going to begin, what map will it be on? I mean, Miramar the first. We got 2 Sanhoks again, Max. I'm pretty sure some teams are not too happy about that. But Vikendi... we already touched upon it a little bit, and that's going to be probably the hypest one for today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Only the top 12 teams after the 5th match of the day will be able to play in that Vikendi game. And of course, we're going to have some special awards happening over there to try and see who will be taking it. But yeah, 12 teams. No Vikendi, 12 teams, it might feel a bit weird because it might feel very empty. So maybe slow early game, it might just speed up a little bit later on. We'll have to see. But Vikendi, interesting to see how that one is going to go down.
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely correct, because this is going to be the end of the first phase, which, by the way, we have 3 in total. The top 12 teams are going to be heading over to Vikendi, where you can get some extra little goodies, some points, some, we'll see about that later today. I mean, there we go. Please do not say that you just said this. We got a couple of dollars on the line, to say the least. I mean, listen, the one that I'm looking forward to the most is the Robin Hood, okay? You need to have the most eliminations with a crossbow. I don't think I'd be able to do that, but I would love to see which player is just going to be out there shooting arrows.
Look, okay, there's a pro strat that I see many people doing these kind of like challenge events, is that you go in with a gun, okay? Like, for example, a gun doesn't do too much damage. Oh, nice cat over there.
Yeah.
Hey, leave that chair alone. He's gone. Okay, he's ascended. You initiate initially with a gun, you put like just a few body shots in, then you go with a crossbow because it's not a one-hit weapon. And that's the best way to get that one and get some extra money on the board.
Yeah, I mean, looking as well for that extra money. Some of these teams are really going to be looking forward to it. I mean, MADBULLS, they're still sitting comfortably on that first spot, though. The MUERTE on second, Goats on third. But Major Pride, I think one of those teams as well, as alongside Gladiators, that are really slowly starting to creep up in these top few positions.
Yeah, it's been slowly able to make their way up there. Major Pride has been able to get himself a fantastic last day yesterday in day number 5. And I want to see if they can repeat this one. But the thing is, we look at these top teams. This is a lot closer, as we said yesterday, to our initial expectations going into this PMPL season. Though, unfortunately, there's a downward trend for some other teams, because if some teams go up, some teams have to go down. And in this scenario, it is going to be Game Lord, Shockwave struggling a little bit. Sly do get that one chicken dinner, on Miramar, so that was good. But I want to see more than a simple chicken dinner. I want to see consistency from these teams towards the bottom.
Yeah, consistency, maybe even a couple of elims here and there. I mean, when you're sitting on 22 elims in the last couple of 5 play days, it does get a little bit concerning, because a lot of the points are just being left there on the table, left up for grabs for the teams that are sitting more towards the top. So again, I think yesterday as well, Max, was a really good showcase in terms of the how Major Pride was performing. I think that macro was absolutely important, and they had 26 kills in total.
Yeah, 26 elims on the day. That's an absolute banger performance here for Major Pride. And I mean, they were still not getting horrendous results, like getting 18 elims, 17 elims. It's still bringing some points in, but it's not enough to really stand out in the lobby. This dominated by your MUERTEs, by at the time NEXUS Gaming, by your MADBULLS. So 26 elims on the day, of course, also means you're going to get extra placement points off the back of that. And you can even see on the damage charts, it seems like they're just overall willing to take more fights, to play more aggressive. We said this team can have a really strong presence in this event. It just took a little bit of time to build that synergy, it seems. But the setups from Monkey, onto Effect, etc. seem to be just a lot more present. So I feel like the step up we wanted to see is now here. And I want to see if it can continue going into day 6.
Yeah, Yeah, coming into the competition PMPL EU, we were really looking at Major Pride and what they're able to do. And the first couple of days was a little bit dormant. It felt like that was like the kickstart of their engine. They started kind of figuring out how they want to approach the macro. We then had that 1 day break where they had that opportunity to look over their VODs, figure out a couple of strats coming into the next few play days, and it paid off. They executed them. They were in some really great positions, and there we go. I mean, they're already going up on the rankings.
And we had that Sanhok game, which I predicted against everyone that went with the good old VIRTUS.PRO. Okay, I do want to bring that back up just a little bit. But I feel like we saw some similarities with that game yesterday from MADBULLS, and that was really good third party from Monkey. He ruined everything. My other prediction could have been good, but Monkey was there. But it feels like they're just willing to make these big calls, these big plays a lot quicker. Before they wouldn't go for it, they might be lingering for a little bit too long, but I feel like maybe learned from the MADBULLS playbook, which is you have a play, you have a single opportunity, a very small window of time to make that play happen, instantly pull the trigger. And I feel like that is the playstyle that works so well in this new point system kind of setting for PUBG Mobile, and it's worked out great for them. So I want to see more. Hopefully it continues.
Well, active rather than reactive, and when we were looking at Gladiators, it was a little bit more of that same story as well coming into yesterday's playday. I mean, they started off with 4 limbs on day 1. That was a very, you know, that's like when you try and start up the engine and it like sputters a little bit.
I can't believe the damage on yesterday's matches we saw from Gladiators. They just pretty much doubled their average over the course of the first 4 days in a single day. And it was insane presence from them, double chicken dinners, and overall it seems like they're a lot more efficient in getting in circle as a full squad. We saw it on their 2 chicken dinners yesterday, especially that last game on Erangel. They just had the strong presence, and when they're in circle as a full team, you know that with the individual gunplay of players like, you know, Matic, Meku, Tixi, you're going to struggle to try and go up against them. So I'm happy to see this big change. We were waiting for the redemption from the Gladiators, and it finally happened yesterday. Yeah,
that seems to be the storyline today, the redemption arc for a lot of these teams that came in a little slower, and they're now kickstarting it. But if you want to know more about Gladiators and where they come from, let's have a look at the video.
Are you ready?
For some shots to trade, I see. Little bit. One goes down, Tixi.
Tixi is screaming, where are you? Huge name!
Enemy team, which is Na'Vi, looking around the side. Kitsune is out in the open.
This is Octavian crawls out in the open. 2 players spotted. They do line up a little bit. One goes down, Tixi, soon to follow, but they do manage to close it down. Bleeding out, I think they might lose at least one. Nexus spotted. Nice shot from Tixi.
Seriously awful zones at the moment. Black-White manages to pass. That's bad news for them.
Be making their swim, making their push. Now Valo has the DBS to hop over the wall. That's big from Meku. What a heads-up position there.
Gladiators have looking at the chance to redeem themselves today even further so, because we have a total of 6 maps. But Max, you're also looking to show us what you know, how big your brain actually is, and all the knowledge that you have on PUBG Mobile.
Thank you. You're being really, really good to me today. Thank you very much. But yeah, I want to break down that finishing moment of the last game of yesterday, game number 5, because I think that was a really good match we had between both Gladiators and also the side of MUERTE, pretty much playing Uno reverse card after Uno reverse card. So we're going back to one of this final circle, stage 8, and at this time what you can see is that Gladiators, there's a very high chance they're going to have to leave this entire ridgeline position they're currently playing. It is really strong, but the moment it's pushed out of circle, you're going to have to leave that spot. And their main plan, you know, they would have loved to potentially move up to this rock, but the main issue is if they do that, they're going to get pinched by both the MUERTE and the side of Avalanche. So what do they do instead? Instantly going to be sending the cavalry over onto Avalanche position, as you can see in the following play, to try and make sure they can clear an angle, and a lot more of the circle is currently available for them. And what they do for that, they're going to send 2 players forward. It's going to be both Meku and Tixi. A little bit of a scuffle there, but they do get themselves the 2 flushes, eliminate Avalanche. That's great. Now you've got a lot more room available in the circle for them to play, to expand, stretch out, and to get multiple angles on MUERTE. Though this is the first Uno reverse card, it is going to be MUERTE instantly what they realize. Oh, Gladiators sent out some players over onto Avalanche, eliminated the entire team. That's great, but what happens over here? A sneaky Kitsune finds himself solo, stranded over on that hilltop position, and instantly they go for the play. That is what I love about MUERTE. They're so reactive. Going to send himself straight onto Kitsune's position because he's currently playing as a solo. They want to overwhelm his position, and instantly after that, you realize the Gladiators are like, oh, wait a second, Matic does try to join up, but at that point, it's a little bit too late because they do overwhelm the situation relatively quickly. Matic, Kitsune can't do much, even though Tixi, Meku trying to help from a distance, it doesn't quite work out for them. And boom, Matic, first one to go down, Kitsune tries his best, instantly gets shut down afterwards, despite getting himself an initial knock. Great play. From MUERTE as they were able to make it work out, though moving forward a little bit further. I know production wants to go back. I am not done. I still have more to explain. This was such a good game. Because despite the fact they do take down Discrim, this is another great play from MUERTE right after, because if you leave Discrim alive, you're going to give away too many off angles. It's going to be a little bit too complicated. What I do like after that is that they realize, okay, currently they're playing behind that rock. We can't beat them from this high ground position. So what MUERTE actually do is another great play here, another Uno reverse card. They send himself Happy J on an off angle to have 2 points of pressure onto both Meku and Tixi. And that just keeps them pretty much pinned down. If the circle moves against them, which in this case it will, they cannot play that location any further. Though moving a little bit forward in this match also, you're going to see that Malloy tries to make his way towards that tree, which does make it over there in time, but another Uno reverse card. I know this is a big play, but it just goes to show it was very intricate moves from both of these teams of MUERTE and Gladiators. What they do is they realize, okay, well now Malloy finds himself stranded as a solo. We're going to try our best to pretty much smoke out this entire location, so you can see a few smokes being used to block out the visibility from Happy J. And they're just going to be pushing their way forward onto the location of Malloy and overwhelm him, and the moment they get himself that one knockdown, it's all down onto Happy J, and there's not much they can really do from that point onwards. So it was great execution from both sides, but when you go in a 1v1 versus Tixi, fair to say there's not much you can really do. He's just going to pop off.
I mean, if I had $1 for every single time you said Uno reverse card, I would have like $5, which I know it's not a lot of dollars, but it's a little weird that that happened. But still, Uno reverse up on Uno reverse coming out from Gladiators, and the game in general, the games that we have seen yesterday, where it just felt a lot more in terms of a step up for the performances for a lot of these teams that we've seen. Whereas the teams that we are very much used to seeing at the top, talk about your MADBULLS, your MUERTE, your Go team, a little bit more dormant. They were still getting a couple of points here and there in terms of getting some eliminations, getting some placement points, but all in all, everybody kind of from the middle and the bottom of the table decided to step up, including KONINA Power as well, one of those teams that also decided, like, guys, we're here to play. We're not here just, you know, for funsies. But another team that I would really like to have a look at is going to be Sly Europe. Yesterday, we've seen quite a couple things from them, and they had quite a good day. Maybe not in terms of getting that chicken dinner and getting a lot of points, but it's been an improvement from what we've seen over the last couple of play days.
I feel like overall their macro, the way they rotate around the battleground, has been improved to a pretty extensive amount. They're willing to go for third parties if a position is worth fighting for, and we saw them get that great position on Miramar yesterday. I feel like after that one chicken dinner, we didn't see much of them on the day, but the potential is there. That's the important part about Sly Europe. Yep. There is potential for greatness. It's just how often can they reach that kind of like threshold of them getting these massive pointer games. I feel like they can make it happen potentially today, but out of that one chicken dinner, not much really happened after that. But let's not forget, after today, your points get reset heading into phase number 2. So even if you're a team at the bottom that maybe struggled at the start phase 1, but started to build a little bit of momentum at the end of this phase, you can start phase 2 instantly with like good results. So not to be too scared. One phase, sure, it sucks to maybe be at the bottom, but you can still do well in the next 2 phases. Yeah,
we got that reset coming through, but you're speaking of greatness, right? Especially when we're looking at Sly Europe. But what is greater than getting 9 eliminations by yourself in one map?
Not much. I thought you were going to transition in a monster not a monster segment. Like, monster is better than 9 elims, and that would have been a good one. But yeah, 12 elims. 12 elims on the day coming out from him, and you said 9 elims in one single match. I do like how they've been able to sweep the edge a little bit more efficiently, even though they tried to play these central positions, especially on Miramar. But when they were forced to play on the edge, they were just like, okay, we're not going to push in a central position because we're just going to get shut down by like 3-4 teams around us. Let's just play the edge, deny rotations, get eliminations off the back of that, and clear some space that we can later on move into as the circle progresses. So, KONINA Power, I still... As I said, like 3 days in a row now, I want to see a KONINA Power chicken dinner. It hasn't happened yet, but seeing how aggressive they were yesterday, I think it's just a matter of time before we reach that point.
Yeah, I think, again, KONINA Power, one of those teams that we had our eyes on coming into PMPL EU, and certain expectations as well that we've set for them. And although the first couple of play days might not have been what we expected, you're absolutely right. It feels like a lot of these teams are now starting to gain some of that momentum, which, I mean, from one side of things, when you're looking at it, it's a little sad because the points are getting to start resetted by the end of today. We're going to be going into phase 2 next week. But then on the other side, it's like, that's a good thing because you've now gained momentum. You now have that opportunity to hit the ground running starting next phase and just rack up some very juicy points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can build yourself that momentum and it continues and transitions into the second phase, you're going to have that 4-day break, so you can expect a few changes. I think there might be also some private scrims happening in the background, so maybe some teams will want to try some things, change their drops. I'm looking at Excuse Me and Cave potentially, KASIK team, sorry, that would be good things to look at. But yeah, after the 4-day break, a lot of things could be still changing, but at the end, I'm just hoping that teams that have started to improve are going to not go back to the baseline of the first phase. I just want them to see progress and continuously improve as the event goes on.
Yeah, what's continuously improving, wow, English is really difficult. What's continuously improving is also going to be our tries at some callouts. And I want to say thanks to Monster for sponsoring, because honestly, if Fashe got 9 elims today and he's going to be looking to beat that, he's gonna need a lot of energy. What better way to get that energy max than a Monster energy? Yeah,
or there's another better way. I made last season a Monster cake because I was finding original ways to drink Monster, and I made a Monster cake. It was
That's impressive.
It was green though, so I tried to show it on camera, and it was invisible. But it happened. It was there.
You're really smart when it comes to green screens.
I know.
Thankfully, though, we actually have casters that are smart. Yeah, we have John and Blank covering all the action on this first map today. So, guys, take it away.
You heard it here. We're confirmed smart boys, Blank. That's what we are. That's what we're going to be trying to do today. Let's execute on that dream.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm meant to be a smart boy on the cast, right? I'm meant to do some of the analysis side of things, but I am losing horribly in the prediction game, being beaten out by Janira and also Max. Max, I can forgive. You, John, I cannot forgive. I cannot forgive you whatsoever, but you are doing a fantastic time on us out. I'm really proud of you, man. You're killing it at the moment. But we want to watch these players actually play to their maximum potential here in these games. Obviously, heading over towards Miramar to start things off. And again, double Sanhok day. I'm super happy about that one.
Every day that isn't a single Sanhok day is a double Sanhok day. And not only is it a double Sanhok day, Blank, it's a Vikendi day as well, which we've got at the end of the phase, because this is the end of our first phase where the first bonus points get thrown out.
It has been time since I have seen Vikendi. Honestly, I love that map. It was always fun. It was too slow, though. But with the new circle settings, I think Vikendi is going to be absolute blast going forward. So happy days for everyone involved. And I'm excited to see that map play out. But it will be right at the end of the day, and only the top 12 teams will be advancing to that one. First of all, we're going to be heading over towards Miramar, and we're going to have to play this one out first. Taking a quick look in our top left side of the screens, obviously you can see this 194, good, but more surprisingly, 186 here. That is a ridiculous amount of points coming through for MUERTE. They're starting to catch up. We thought that lead was unavailable to be breached from MADBULLS, but MUERTE is looking to take them off the board. Currently, at the moment, we are seeing the guys from MADBULLS down towards Portipati ESO have figured out the circle now, guys, don't worry. Honestly, this is a very, very out-of-the-way position to be playing in. At least we believe that they're feeling just a little bit more pressured at the moment. With NEXUS up towards their northern rotation, it's not so bad anymore. I don't think this is a team that should be as feared as they once were. They have fallen off just a little bit, now down towards 7th place. Over on this side of the map, though, I want to see some teams coming over towards Miramar. This is a really nice position to be playing. There's not a lot of people going for it at the moment with the current circle, but I believe that this is a really strong place on the map, particularly considering we're heading towards this area, which is really rough to play in, honestly. The valley itself through this area here is really disgusting. disgusting. It's difficult to play around. So players that can pick up Minas del Val, Minas del Sur, or Via de Mar, all really strong positions, keeping you out of the game, but also gives you an available rotation to get in.
Normally, those positions are being played by GOAT team, right? That's their usual drop spot on Miramar. Would have been difficult on this specific playing path, but it would have been potentially viable, and they're not in this game. So we'll see if anyone wants to fill that gap, or if teams are going to stick to their guns. Speaking of, Picardo, still, I mean, it is so fascinating to me that it was so detrimental to both teams that did it last season, and all throughout PMGC. And people have looked at that and thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to lose points every single game.
The Winnie, though! The pistol! Please! Make it happen!
With the Winnie swap. Let's go. No scope. Punching. Furia. Can he make it happen? Push. No. Too strong. One player out of 8 is left. It is bad to do this, Blank.
It is. But this is the second time English has clutched things out from what seemed to be an unwinnable scenario with no less than a pistol and a Winnie. And also you could see how desperate, excuse me, were at the end there, punching their way towards this man. English was having none of it, doesn't need a scope when the barrel is thrust down your throat at that point in time. So well done to English, but again, the rest of your team, they are long gone. They are dead. They're in the next life, or at least the next map coming up. For the time being, English will walk alone.
Dingus Gaming over in Picardo. They need to pick it up a little bit there. Figure something out, change up that drop. I mean, the whole of Via de Mar is free, right? You were talking about the strength of those positions. Drop out that way? No. Just going to die at the start of the game.
Drop it that way? No.
That's
Negativo.
It's much more fun.
Yeah, it is frustrating, and I think that we should come together as a union and decide that if you drop in Picardo as a dual unit...
We just remove Picardo from the map.
Yeah,
it's
get rid of Picardo. Let's unionize up. Let's get rid of Picardo. It's the worst. No one likes it. No, I'm joking. Picardo is a really, really fun position. Particularly one of my favorite places to end. There's a lot of interesting things that can happen here, but it is one of my least favorite parts around the map to start out a game on, because there is always two stubborn teams that refuse to leave and will always just crash upon the rocks and suffer badly. Even if one survives, crawls onto the beach, he'll be cut and bruised up, and by the time he reaches any form of civilization, those teams will likely see him as an easy target, which in this case, it will be English, sat alone in Picardo for the time being. Looking around the map though, John, a lot of spread going on at the moment, a lot of teams in separate locations. Monte Nuevo currently free, that's due to the playing path being all the way over towards that eastern side. It didn't look too drastic, but that kind of thing can actually cause a massive impact on a map like Miramar, which is so gigantic at the end of the day.
MUERTE normally dropping over in Monte Nuevo as well, and as we talked about with team not being in, MUERTE similarly not going to be playing in this match, which means that Monte Nuevo is a little bit more available. Game Lord might be able to rotate in on the road to the north side of Monte Nuevo, but looks like they might have diverted instead towards Avalanche's position over by Power Grid.
Which is a little bit unfair, actually, because I feel like Game Lord's got something against Avalanche, taking shots to them most games, not only on Miramar, but over on Erangel as well. So there seems to be some kind of rivalry going on, or at least Avalanche dropping just a little bit too close for them and baring the fangs, growling at a team that gets a little bit too close towards their territory. On the other hand, you mentioned MUERTE not playing this match, neither a GOAT team, neither a Major Pride. And you know what the crazy thing is? Major Pride is in 4th place right now, which is a big step up from their side and something that we didn't really expect. So that comeback is real coming through from Major Pride in 4th. We were kind of confused what they were doing before that, but I'm really proud of them. I think Effect and Monkey have been playing up to the standard they need to, but the two other players on that team, Nomi as well as Yen, who's been recently brought in more often, I think those two are playing much, much better. Getting used to the lobby, getting used to this format of play, getting used to the standard of this player, which is really, really high at the worst of times, honestly. So I think for that team, they've come on in leaps and bounds. But again, what I was mentioning is those three teams aren't playing. So I expect this to be a good MADBULLS game because they I don't want to say fallen off, but I want more domination from these lads. They've shown us they can do it. It was a bit of a quieter day yesterday, but finish with a bang on the 6 days of play.
This is a replay of the Picardo fight that we absolutely hate. Shotguns, a lot in close range. I was looking just then at the rotation of Shockwave through Picardo on the tail end of this fight, right? We were looking at it, and I feel like it might have been a little bit of an elimination feed read for Shockwave to sail straight through Picardo, because you think, okay, who's fighting right at the start? We know both KASIK team and Excuse Me are in this one. We've seen 7 people go down, so I wonder where that could have been. It's probably very free in Picardo, so they open that up as a route, and in fact, just now, have taken down KASIK team.
Yeah, the elimination feed is hidden, right? But you can also get a rough idea for the numbers and which teams are what. On the fly, it's a little bit difficult, but definitely doable. But like you say, John, when there's 7 eliminations that go through almost instantaneously, you see that in the elimination feed. Where else is it going to be other than Picardo, where you know 2 teams are dropping on each other? Miramar is not typically a map where you see a huge amount of hot drops, unless it's a case of trying to eliminate a team, getting them out from that 12th place position, affording you a bit better time against them. That is something that absolutely can happen towards the later parts of the game. You know, when you have a much bigger points lead, like for instance MADBULLS and MUERTE have, these 2 teams are in a position to start bullying others. You wouldn't necessarily see it from the teams underneath them, like GOAT Team and Major Pride. They still want to get more point scoring. But yeah, MADBULLS and MUERTE both can bully other teams at this point in time that they would rather not see make it to the finals, because perhaps they're in their way, perhaps they're in their rotational paths. But again, this is going to be something that we'll see down the line. And for these teams that see all those eliminations coming through, it's only going to be in Picardo. Massive hard shift up towards Monte Nuevo right now, John. And Dark Project, really, really happy with this position.
I'm also looking at Gladiators, this high ground just to the south of Matic and Tixi. They've leveraged this position before. They've played blinders from it on this northern side. If they can keep control of it and move there fast enough, absolutely going to be a dominant position in the next phase or 2. Instead, looks like they're scouting out towards the north of El Pozo, though.
Yeah, this is something that they have done before, and you're right, John. They have leveraged this position massively. It's been so beneficial to them in previous tournaments and previous seasons, but something they also are quite concerned about when they head towards this position is teams rotating through Trailer Park or teams that are still already in El Pozo. On the other hand, the Dark Project currently just leaving outwards towards a higher ground position on the western side with Wait heading through the fields. This is not a bad position to try and remain in, but because it is so far away from this high ground, Wait probably just wants to regroup, which is perhaps a lesson learned hard from yesterday, where they weren't able to regroup fast enough over in Crates and George, in which case they actually lost the game to Gladiators.
VIRTUS.PRO are trying to swing in on that northern side, maybe move into that high ground that they've left the vacuum of. Gladiators seem to have read the same circle preference, though, as Dark Project on that western edge. Kitsune leaving that backstop. Northern side is Avalanche moving in with Shockwave that were behind them, but Shockwave instead have opted to go much more central into Monte Nuevo. Dark Project actually spotted out by Matic. That's a interesting. I mean, it is an interesting rotation. I don't think we've seen it from them before, and I don't think Dark Project expected it.
No, I don't think they expected to come on their tail so quickly, and sometimes you have to go for a bit of a surprise play from Gladiators down towards the position to try and catch other teams out. Now, we're going to go for a quick view of the map shortly, and I'll explain exactly why this has been a good rotation for Gladiators, but in the meantime, we're seeing Avalanche head towards that center side, position themselves so they can take up that really strong position over towards the fielded area, just to the north side of Monte Nuevo. Nexus on your screen currently, really getting stuck in with it versus Unicorns of Love at the moment, John.
Out in the blue on the east side, east of Picardo as well. They haven't managed to even get through there. Unicorns of Love looking fairly healthy for now. Stage 2 zone won't hit too hard, but it will be a pressure nonetheless. Similarly, Nexus just looking to disengage and get in.
Obviously, we saw on the map that we had the guys from Gladiators playing up here. They spotted that the guys from Dark Project moving down this way. And honestly, you could play this position here. It's extremely strong, but it's not a particularly position that you want to play. For instance, if we do see the shift over down this side, what you're not going to have is viable rotational paths out of this location. On the other hand, you see something like this, which is a really strong spot to play in and actually gives you viable rotations down towards this compound and also gives you viable rotations to perhaps even take up a position here later on. So it's a really, really strong rotation to take up from Gladiators. It does mean they have to fend off against Dark Project, but it's going to give them the best chance in the long run, John.
Certainly is, although that high ground does stay in this next circle.
Yeah, which is slightly annoying for him.
It's a bit of kick in the teeth, right? You do the right thing and get the wrong result. It is unfortunate, but that is just how these circle shifts go sometimes. Maybe ARR are looking to push in, or is the memory of Gladiators in this spot enough to fend teams off from going for it?
Exactly. And again, like we said before, although this position on the map does stay in, it's not centralized there, which is where Gladiators tend to find the most fun with it. Because if you have to come down from that island, that landmass, like I said before, there's not many buildings that you can head towards. The building just to the south of it most likely will be occupied by that point in time. So this doesn't give Gladiators a huge amount of options playing on here, and they have to pray the circle keeps coming to them. Whereas playing on this western side gives them so many more options to maybe pick up some more eliminations towards this beginning of the game, catching off rotations as they come through. MADBULLS currently underneath them. You can see Dark Project currently taking shots down towards them.
MADBULLS want to dismount Evanesca, but as a solo player, you do need to be scary in these spots to try and stop teams from just rolling straight on over you. You cannot be a pushover here, and Evanesca living up to that. 130 bullets as a backstop should be enough to suppress for the time being. MADBULLS not mounting up fully, but they will have to do so with the circle as it is.
It's an awkward ammo bank, right? 130. You don't want to get to the point where you've got nothing left, and also getting down from here most likely will require some suppressing fire. And again, a problem that we saw yesterday, Evanesca staying a little bit too far away from the rest of the squad. I don't think staying here anymore provides them much benefit other than scouting, but getting down after knowing that you took knocks from that northern side and now seeing teams down towards yourself, I would say Evanesca is practically locked in now.
Octavian trying to get a knock on the spray. The Limbo Boom just sailing across, and the rest of Dagestan soon to follow. The reloads come through from Nexus. Keep is there on the rear guard. None of these players have gone down, and Nexus have complete broadside on this. I imagine they're going to find Keep here. They need to. Surely. How have they managed to mess that up? I feel like that was open and free to just take down the entirety of Dagestan.
Yeah, I think there's some whiff shots there, miscommunication in terms of who they were taking shots towards. And with Dagestan actually being able to get ahead of them and with a ridge side to play around, Nexus isn't in an amazing position anymore, John, which is a little bit unfortunate. You saw Evanesca get knocked, not quite flushed yet. He's tucked in. But as I said before, he was locked in from the moment we said go. So I think for Evanesca, this was perhaps a mistake on his side, hoping that the circle would remain towards the west. But even saying that, we have had a lot of western shifts. Now we see that the high ground over on the eastern side, no longer in, would have caused problems in terms of those rotations for Gladiators. So they're pretty happy of being on this western side. They don't have an amazing location, but it's still good enough. Up towards the north, VP, AAR also sidled in. Not a bad position at all. And we're glad that GameLord actually taken a nice central spot. They can hold on to this. I'm not actually hugely unhappy with GameLord's position.
Unicorns of Love as well, filling that vacuum on the east. Every team has sort of gravitated towards the western side. Dagestan, I mean, they spent their extra life, it seems, on that crossing, and Sly Europe are wanting to become the arbiters themselves and enforce what should have been. Reflect, Mandarin moving in, crash close, but the nade from Zadira, from range, will find Reflect. Another one over the top could find a lot more damage as well, will be just over the other side. Not going to be valuable there. Limbo Boom, Zadira move on in, Mandarin around the window frame, looking for the trade, not quite going down just yet, but Zadira standing up for Dagestan and staying alive as Nexus roll into the fray.
Yeah, typically the last player remaining a lot of times for Dagestan as well. So Zadira has been making some cool movements during this tournament and now is really showing off what he's got, what his medal is here in this first fight. Zadira does find the first grenade elimination too. Elementrix currently taking a fight versus VIRTUS.PRO, but there are automatic shotguns over on that side.
ARR eliminated on the north as the center position held by Game Lord Nexus. They managed to roll on in and look to be sweeping up the pieces here. Sly Europe down, eliminated. They let Dagestan out on a fishing line, but it seems like they might have pulled up a little bit more than they bargained for. Limbo Boom gets a flush through the smoke. Excellent timing on the sound there from the footsteps to get that cheeky little spray down through the smoke. Close range, waiting for more as well. Tries the same trick twice. Fortunately, Nexus not going to fall for it a second time, but they've lost Octavian already, and Shockwave are here to play.
I mean, Limbo Boom using probably the best weapon for that scenario, the barrel, although slightly more inaccurate and a bit more difficult to control. That thing hits like a truck. So if you start coming around the side, you're an easy target running. Just a couple of sprays and you're down. But Limbo Boom, it was a bit too much to chew off in the end, with Nexus all just sending round on that side. Again, shouldn't really have lost a member there. I think Nexus sending in solo players to scout out positions that could have players, and especially with a smoke down, is a little bit awkward. But I do like the move that they made. I think it's partially a mistake from Dagestan's side, which is to send onto this for a third party after knowing you left Nexus behind. I think perhaps they could have just tried to coexist with Sly Europe and then take down Nexus as they came in and then focused on Sly Europe afterwards. Hindsight is 2020 after all. In the meantime, let's take a quick check at the map. Unicorns of Love up towards that northeast side. A really nice compound to play from, but one I don't think we'll see in the next circle, unless we do get another hard shift up towards the northeast, which would really kill off a lot of these players' hopes. Instead, it's down towards that south side. That massive high ground that currently Game Lord are playing with. Not really a lot of cover over there, but enough to play with going forward.
Not a lot of cover, sure. It's going to be difficult to mount these ridges up towards them. Avalanche on the east, the trio from Dark Project on their west. That south edge as well, very, very open. Will be difficult to move on up there. We're really looking at Gladiators and VIRTUS.PRO as two teams that need to conclude their engagement and then move in order to have a shot here. As VIRTUS.PRO seem to be mounting up, they will have the need faster to move, as they are further out on the circle. Matic has been spotted there by Single and actually managed to land that first shot. Unfortunately, won't be able to get too much value from it. Kitsune took a shot from, I don't quite know where. I don't think it was from VIRTUS.PRO, but Tixi trying to spot out those rotations, sees the vehicle. The AUG needs to land one or two more, could get a knock, but the magazine runs dry. And across to the hills, VIRTUS.PRO make it.
Yeah, that was one hell of a run out. I'm going to put my trust in Game Lord this time around, John. I think I'll see exactly where everyone else goes in terms of predictions. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love know they have to move away from this building. Getting initial knock like that is really nice, though. And Jay, very low, will finally fall to the flush. Zero just sidling over the top. Woodson taking a huge amount of damage. Avalanche is in a horrible spot now.
Nade over the top, didn't quite have long enough on the cook. Woodson low, rolled on over. Alicio around the ridgeline, looks for Beast, but is shut down by Miki there. Nicely found. MADBULLS in the meantime on the western edge near Cave. Are trying to take them down, but Zerich has already fallen. Flique and Tulika left standing now. A duo for MADBULLS, both really very strong. Dimension steps out and spots another player with a nade. They both just post themselves back in through those doors, and the off angle from Cave has so much value. It's going to be tricky for MADBULLS to really leverage anything from this southwest spot. Not only do they have to win this fight, but they have to get deeper into the circle, and likely not going to happen.
Yeah, and crossing this road ahead of them the sight lines all down to it. I remember playing a game like this myself personally, razzing it through this road in a motorbike, and I was down in a couple of seconds. And I'm pretty amazing at the game, by the way, guys. MADBULLS, on the other hand, will fall. With only one elimination found, it was always going to be very, very difficult. GameLord currently still in a good spot. Dark Project with 3 players have a nice compound, and it's not unlikely we have seen 3-player teams win in the past, and Dark Project's been on a bit of a hot streak recently, so maybe they can leverage this. VIRTUS.PRO, though, horrible scenario for them. Only purple left remaining, as Gladiators have done a fantastic job to lock them out.
They are only on 2, though, for Gladiators, so it was not without its cost. Matic and Kitsune find the final players from VIRTUS.PRO. 4 eliminations for Gladiators, but they are not as 4 anymore, and that northern flank for GameLord becomes a lot more secure here. Dark Project, I feel like their strategy has been get a pretty solid central area and try and play out for those points. It's been going quite well, but with the reduction in terms of placement points, they are still sat only 10th on the leaderboards.
Yeah, I think that when you look at it that way, I think Dark Project could bring things up to speed just a little bit. In terms of just rotations, they seem very strong and they pick out some nice positions, but I think that they are favoring the idea of off angle a little bit too much. Ivaneska, honestly, one of the best players on that squad. I really like his playstyle. He's very aggressive, but also quite tactical. So it's these moments where he'll just strike and then be able to retract that presence quite quickly. But he does play these off angles quite often, these splits that come back to bite them. And I think that just in a macro sense, like playing that split between here and also on the mountainside, yes, it gave them some scouting, but this is already a pretty secure spot in the first place. I don't think they needed that. And they could have got a chicken dinner much easier if they'd just gone with 4 now.
Sony and Matic, the duo on the northern side. GameLord as 4 in a central area. This is their game to lose here. Will be very, very difficult to summit that for KONINA Power or for Unicorns of Love, given that they're right next to each other. For Cave and Shockwave, they're both holding each other out as well. NEXUS have lost a player, so they're as 3 on the south side. There's really fewer and fewer opportunities presenting themselves across the course of this lobby as time marches forwards.
Yeah, one thing I will say, though, as Matic gets battered on the approach, is that one thing GameLord has struggled with holding these particular type of compounds is proactivity. I think that they don't do enough early on to really secure this position. Already Dark Project starting to edge their way in. Unicorns of Love and KONINA Power have got quite close. But in the meantime, I think they can be scouting down towards the south side, see which players are down here. They need to expend a smoke or 2 to make that happen, maybe get some third-party knocks. That's what's ideal. Shockwave have really done themselves dirty here.
I think that was a self-knock as well on the crash, just careening into terrain, not going to go well. But Cave have taken 1 or 2 casualties there in the meantime as well. 2 players going down for Shockwave already, and another knock towards the back. 3 players now alive for Cave. Trazen, last standing. Creepy has the angle, should catch a heal, and in goes Influence to seal the deal. On the western side, they'll have to move now, though, as the circle presses them forwards.
I think Cave's done a good job here. 8 eliminations is really nice. I think Cave is a little bit of a sleeper pick, honestly. Yes, they don't have that same presence when it comes to those late games and in terms of the actual team fights, but I don't think they're a slouch of a team either. You know, 8th place, 126 points. They've put up a respectable count here, and I think for a team that feels a little newer to the scene, I'm really happy. I'm really pleased with what they've done this tournament.
Unicorns of Love and KONINA Power now duking it out on that eastern side. Noshi out in the blue. Palucci spots him, handles it. Another spray down potentially towards 0 as they send another knock back from the Unicorns of Love. Mihi did get rezzed and was healing behind the vehicle, so there's 2 active against 3 for KONINA Power to push through. And a good knock around the side. 0 and Mihi working well together here for Unicorns of Love. 3 knocks now, and only Palucci found, but it's a 1 versus 1. And Matic's rolling into the fight from Gladiators, taking care of the Unicorns of Love from the back. And now KONINA Power still in that 1 versus 1, but not in the way they thought. There's 2 players from Gladiators now as well, and they push it down, swipe out 2 teams from the eastern edge. NEXUS want to 4th party, though, onto this engagement from the south side. Gladiators will have to move forwards.
An unreal decision from Gladiators, but one that's absolutely rewarded them. The amount of eliminations they got there has just saved this game for them. This could have been a bad game, in which case they made a first good initial rotation, suffered on the approach from VIRTUS.PRO, but the amount of eliminations they were able to pick up there from those two teams and steal them away, up to 10 now. This is really, really good for them. Like, what a takeaway from this game, from a game that looked like they were just going to go down, maybe 6th place. Very, very well done.
In the meantime, GameLord have lost a player. 3 now active in the central area. I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but it is a pick that is going to have a lot of value into this lobby for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, very awkward actually. Losing that one player is a massive amount of strength, and there's still possibility that Gladiators could take a 2v3. Keme does go down. Cave actually making it happen, sweeping down from that south side up towards the east. And with GameLord first to face over towards Dark Project, Gladiators have that scouting potential and have put GameLord between them and Dark Project and are currently handling this eastern side. It's a really good play and very smart in terms of being able to pick up more eliminations and more points. It's bang for their buck.
Imagine being able to make the same play twice and having it work out. It's incredible for Gladiators. They move in, although this time it's not on the back of a fight. One did just conclude, but Cave were looking fairly healthy. Getting that knock slows their competition, however, and they could turn their attention to GameLord. Kitsune is going to lead that charge. They are still going to have to worry about Cave. Those ridges will not give them full cover. These buildings, however, a nade up top right onto Kitsune. He just dodges out of direction there. Here's Matic's footsteps as well, and really well read on that spot. Cave just about in this next zone.
Yeah, GameLord just have to keep the guys from Gladiators back, but they're really putting a big dent in their game plan, right? This is really good, though, for GameLord, with Dark Project being forced to move out, but Latte very quick on that rotation in the party bus, and GameLord did not react whatsoever. That's given a great little base of operations for Dark Project to move up to, but Gladiators still causing problems.
Oh, Latte gets the bum end of the trade there. Goes down and doesn't even get a lick of damage back over towards Matic. Gladiators have split 1 and 1. They thought, you know what, we're on the outside, we're going to have to kill everything, let's go.
They're doing GameLord's job for them at the moment. This should have been GameLord's fight, and Gladiators have just had the confidence to take it. This is unbelievable what I'm witnessing right now, and the amount of adrenaline that's pumping through Matic and Kitsune, an absolute god squad in of their own right. This duo has been unreal for such a long time. The synergy between them is so good. But GameLord might actually end up falling just to these two players with the amount of presence they're having in the circle.
Splitting up, they're picking things apart. Nades over towards Creepy Dimension as well. Now, Valo's taken a knock from a nade from Dimension, but that can be reservable by Akashi. Kitsune, can he capitalize on this? Can he find a third party? Sees Akashi. That could have been disastrous, and Creepy rolls in underneath in the meantime to look for the res onto the rest of Cave. Madness flushed out. Latte wants another challenge over to Influencer. This time he does manage to win that one out, but his teammate isn't going to be able to cover him off as Latte shuts it down. 2 players now for Dark Project, 2 for Gladiators, 3 for GameLord Central.
GameLord in the central position just haven't been able to do too much. That smoke cover has allowed Kitsune to get into the building. They're assaulting the one with only one player inside of it. They knew they went for the res. This is so intelligent from Gladiators. This could be making it into a 2v2, and now Vala has to react.
What an incredible set of plays we've witnessed, stringing everything together perfectly for Gladiators so far. Whatever they could, anyway. The next zone will shift everyone to the center, and Cave do have the outside track here, so maybe a little advantage to squeak out. Another knock over towards Latte brings Dark Project down to 1 if they can't get that res. Pan through the window. Let him cook, but not going to be able to get the Michelin star this time around. Narvalo with the nade. It feels like Victor knows there's players underneath him, as absolutely they should. Smokes from Dark Project, and these buildings may indeed become the tomb for GameLord, but in they push. Can they finally take care of Gladiators? Up the stairs they go. First knock is good. They spotted the player through the window, and just one Gladiator remains. Kitsune wants to mount the stairs, will go up. Drop shot is good.
Oh,
Gladiators
amazing.
finally fall. GameLord now need to make their way out of these buildings as Cave and Dark Project fight on these hillsides. Dimension falling back on low HP. Dark Project on 2. They did manage to get that res, and Latte's a backstop.
10 eliminations so far for Cave. Really finding a great game for themselves. Game Lord, not super proactive. Now they have to get this chicken dinner to make this game worth it for themselves in terms of the elimination count that they currently have. Narvalo made an excellent play there to support Victor, and Victor was providing back the information and even clutches it up at the end. So overall, a really well-deserved win versus Gladiators there, but again, shouldn't have happened in the first place. Victor finds the first knock.
I'll go for the flush there, waiting for the team to try and push back. 3 players now for Game Lord against 2 for Cave, and Dimension's already fallen. Game Lord can now start to mount up their victory march towards Creepy. Although it isn't done just yet. 3 eliminations so far in the game. Once a challenge around the headland, will not be able to stem the flow, and Game Lord, the French team, will be able to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, a nice chicken dinner, honestly. And I think for Game Lord, that was something that they needed for a long time. They've been waiting for a win like that. It was a good rotation. They got a lot of the shifts over their side. But what I will say is that I'm not impressed by that win. I'm not impressed by that win at the end. I think Gladiators deserve far more recognition for that game. Playing with 2 players and having the confidence to take those third parties versus teams that you know have more players than you, and then even trying to fight out versus Dark Project. And you know what? If they didn't fight versus Dark Project and just sat back, maybe that could have been a very different game, and it could have been a different team winning. Perhaps Dark Project gives enough time for Gladiators to get in on after that knock from the guys on Cave over towards I think it was Narvalo, in which case Victor has to go for Akashi has to go for the res. They can take Victor down in that moment where they get the chance to, and then leverage things from there. I am amazed with how far Gladiators got, but I am disappointed in how Game Lord played out that end. Regardless, they take the chicken dinner. You can't take away that from them, and I think it's better than most games we've seen, but it could be better.
Absolutely. I think it definitely could be improved, but that's the name of the game. Keep yourselves moving forwards. I love that we've seen that confidence come back into the Gladiators roster. Hopefully we'll see that more from them, but this time around, it was Game Lord to take the chicken dinner.
Game Lord get themselves that chicken dinner. Max, you must be over the moon.
I am happy, but I also am fully in agreement with Blank in a sense that they were given such a key position. Center circle is like, you cannot make it any better than that. And I feel like they just allowed teams like Dark Project, like Cave, like the side of Gladiators to get too close and to pose a real threat to their location. Luckily enough, there was a great play from the duo of Victor and Narvalo to just destroy after that the duo of Gladiators. But if that doesn't happen, then they just completely fall apart in a situation that shouldn't really happen in the first place, I might say. But you know what? As Blank said also, you can't take it away from them. A chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. But Cave, I mean, they were sweeping onto the western side there, Janiro. They eliminated Shockwave, they eliminated MADBULLS, only losing a single player in those fights, then going for the wide wrap onto the eastern edge. I gotta say, Cave went way further than they should have really been able to.
I mean, Cave sitting at a total of, okay, I cannot do my maths, but they get 6 points for the placement, 13 elims. That's a really good performance from Cave. I think probably the best that we've seen from them so far in the competition. Yesterday, a couple of glimpses. They get a couple of elims on the board, a little close here and there, but they never really managed to get down to that second place. Looking at the head-to-head as well, I mean, 11 elims, only 1 off from Gladiators, but Gladiators, they fight out until the bitter end.
I just love it. Even though Gladiators, they had a good defense north against, I think it was VIRTUS.PRO. They lose 2 players, unfortunately. That happens. But the fact that after that, they go for an insane third party on the fight versus Unicorns of Love and another squad, I forgot which team it was, but they third party that fight instantly. And in this lobby, there's only 3 teams that come to mind that would be willing to make a play like that. It's MADBULLS, MUERTE, and now Gladiators, and how they've been looking in the past 2 days has been mental. And I really want to go through some of the replays of that late game because it was absolutely insane how Gladiators, as a duo, timed that engage perfectly. You do it 5 seconds too early or 5 seconds too late, you're going to get engaged upon, you're not going to come out alive from that fight. But they just time it so well and get so much space created northeast that they can start expanding, going for a little bit of a bigger split to get more information and maybe look for even bigger opportunities later on down the line.
Yeah, and the gameplay that we're seeing from the teams today, especially towards the end. I mean, I completely agree with the fact that when we're looking at Game Lord, maybe could have played a little bit differently towards the end, but still, they're sitting here, they got that chicken dinner, and all the teams, I feel like the competition max is just stepping up. It's now a different kind of core of, I would say, 4 to 5 teams that have been doing really well over the last couple of days, have really stepped up to the plate, looking to close in that initial incredible gap between the first 2 teams and the ones from position 3 all the way down to 6. And the more points these teams are getting, the closer those rankings are going.
Exactly. As we already stated yesterday and now today, it's a lot more in line with our initial predictions. And I feel like the teams that we need to see step up have been able to do so, like your Major Pride, like your Gladiators. Some teams, of course, have been slipping off a little bit, like your Nexus Gaming. Game Lord did fall off a little bit. They do get themselves this chicken dinner here, of course, but we'll have to see how that's going to pan out. And Shockwave also on the downward trend. But look at that. And this was a good play, though, from Game Lord. I do like the fact that they started expanding out onto Dark Project then to try and just overwhelm the position from Cave at the very end. I wanted to see some similarities with that, maybe a little bit early in the game, but as you said, it's a chicken dinner, 16 point a game, can't take it away.
Absolutely
and
not.
Take it away from John and Blank also.
Yeah, they got the right prediction. Do want to say, though, the predictions came through before MADBULLS was taken out. So me and Max are just being nice, okay? We're giving the casters a little bit of a head start.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Big copium on our side, isn't it? Kind of copium on our end. But no, I mean, to be honest, they had a good position like that. I cannot take it away from them. It was a good prediction, but that duo we were seeing from Matic and Kitsune. I know like Matic likes to go for his splits, play on his lonesome, but there he played really well with Kitsune as a duo. And 5 limbs for the IGL coming on board. So Gladiators, they're gonna. I would love to see Gladiators in the top 3 at the end of the day. It is possible. Now we'll see if they can go the entire way.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, they still have the likes of GOATs. They're the ones that need to be dethroned. And again, they had an incredible run on that 4th day. So whether or not they're gonna be able to replicate that, whether or not they're gonna have a chance to kind of get a couple more points on the board, because it does feel, again, like the top 2 teams have kind of fallen off a little bit. They're taking it a little bit slower than MUERTE and GOAT, whereas MADBULLS, they're staying consistent with some of these elimination points, at least, if not the placement points. But let's have a look at how today's first game has impacted the overall rankings. I mean, MADBULLS, they got themselves such a big lead at the beginning that they're still pretty much chilling. But Gladiators, I mean, GOAT team, they need to get some of those points on board because Gladiators are catching up very quickly.
Yeah, yesterday, GOAT team have not been able to replicate their success from day 4, which I think is pretty much impossible to replicate a 4 chicken dinner day. I don't think that's ever going to happen again, at least this season, maybe in full season, who knows. But this season, I think that we won't see this again. But yeah, Gladiators are clearly now started to build that momentum that we mentioned multiple times for them. GOAT team just above them. If they keep falling off this way, I mean, they're only 1 point ahead, so they're potentially going to fall off not 1 position, multiple positions if they cannot get those points back on board. And Game Lord able to put himself back up to the top of this 2nd page, which is good to see. Hopefully they'll be able to breach it at the end of this phase. But yeah, otherwise still we've got a few drop-offs. And I still have to talk about the, excuse me, KASIK team fight. I mean, I feel like teams are now responding to that in kind, Janiro, in the sense that we saw Shockwave rotate through there because they saw in the elimination feed, like I think there was 6-7 eliminations at the time, and they were like, well, there's only 1 fight that's going to be happening this early on Miramar. It is going to be in Picado. Let's go in. And actually they end up finding an elimination for free because only 1 player was there as a solo. So I feel like teams are just going to start bullying those 2 teams because, well, it's 3 points. Why not?
I mean, yeah, that's actually quite a good point, because when we're looking at Dagestan, Sly, and Shockwave, they're sitting on that 11, 12, 13 points, which is kind of the cutoff in terms of who's going to be going to Vikendi, who's going to be getting some of those extra, dollars in their pocket. And that's also a really important thing to keep our eyes on and to see how these teams are going to progress. Because again, today we're going to be going to Vikendi. That's going to be our final map, and that's really going to highlight which team is going to be able to do so. Because, I mean, those free elimination points, Max, if they get you onto Vikendi, why not?
Yeah, why not? Exactly. Also, I do wonder what the point system is, the circle settings are going to be on that one, because we haven't seen in comp for so long. So I'm interested to see how that's going to work out. And also the comeback of the G36C. I love that weapon. It's such a good weapon. We're finally going to have it played on Vikendi. So I want to see who's going to be getting some cool clutches with that.
I just want to see who's going to be the Robin Hood. That's all I'm looking forward to. But we're going to be heading over to our casters. I'm sure you guys are looking forward to them as well, as they're going to be covering Sanhok next.
the first of our double helping of Sanhok today, Blank. And no, it puts a smile on your eyes. See that grin of yours. Love to see it sparkling. Brightening up my day, as well as everyone at home, I'm sure. But we're going to be heading over into Sanhok this time around for the first time.
Yes, we are. And again, like you said, I'm very excited about it, as per usual. It's one of my new favorite maps. In fact, my favorite map now, 100%. I particularly enjoyed yesterday's last Sanhok, where I think 2 players got caught out with the blue and decided, I'll just heal it off. I'll just heal it off. It's fine. It's fine. And then just got completely annihilated by the blue zone. It's not a possibility anymore, lads. If you want to get towards that end game, you've got to push into that circle. It's got to be done. Now, what I would like to see, though, John, is one of these circles or towards that northwest island. I think we're missing out on some of those so far, and we've not seen too many of them, and I think that would cause quite the ruckus over on that side of the map indeed, with a lot of teams having to force their way in, and some of our more prevalent teams actually heading in there. Now on this map we do have a couple more teams joining us. MUERTE, Goat Team, Gladiators, all playing this one alongside Major Pride, who dropped from 4th place down to 7th place, albeit they did have a game off on that last one, but this time around they can start to pick up those points once again.
With a game in hand, it's likely that they will jump up to around that 5th area, and maybe even a little bit further beyond, if they can get 12 points on the game against Gladiators' difference on that match that they have in hand. So hopefully they'll be able to get a bit of a good showing here, like.
Yeah, hopefully. I think the Gladiators off that last game as well, looking really, really strong. Confidently, look at this, confidently heading over towards Camp Alpha and the Northwest Island. That's not happened in some time, where we've seen them actually try and pick themselves up a different position over on this map. VIRTUS.PRO currently holding this position down here. Now, I think that a lot of teams find this position to be extremely strong, but I don't think VIRTUS.PRO holds it as well as they could do. We've seen other teams in the past, and I forget the names of them, but have been a real nuisance in that position, making it so difficult to pass down from this side through here, to pass through Ruins, to even pass through Painan going up this way. So I think that when you see that position held by a team that's not ideal at it, I think most teams that are holding over on this side of the island, down here, Painan, or even in Camp Charlie, are really happy with this result, right? Because they don't have to worry so much anymore about this horrible line that sits across here, which is the ridge line that looks directly down towards this position of the map.
It's a really difficult area that is so deadly to a lot of teams, and maybe VIRTUS.PRO's presence on the western edge of this is what's forced, I would say, a more frequent result of having engagements just to the west of Quarry. Oh, this is interesting. I think this is the first time we're seeing a Paradise Resort contestion drop. Goat Team playing on in near Team Doom, and absolutely just coming apart, it seems. Team Doom right at the bottom of the tables have found themselves a goat. A nice little prize for them as Piper falls. Endorphin is last to stand for Goat Team.
Slightly odd, honestly, with Goat Team performing so incredibly well just a couple days back with the 4 chicken dinners. All 4 of them won on the games that they played. And now just looking a little bit lackluster. That point scoring on that day certainly shot them up the leaderboard, but haven't done too much of it to try and gain some footing over towards that 1st, 3rd, and 2nd place. I don't know why I said it in the order, but it is what it is. But again, now they're being caught up by Gladiators 152 behind them, Nexus 142. Nexus even starting to move in on this position, trying to 3rd party off the back of Paris Resort, which is nice.
Want more from Nexus. It always feels like they fall 1 or 2 hurdles short over these last couple of days. So this is their last day of Phase 1 to prove that they deserve to be on that Vikendi match. Of course, at the moment, as it stands, they absolutely would be. Sly Europe is the cutoff in 12th place at this stage. Shockwave just outside of it, which is kind of interesting, given that Shockwave were in the top 3 towards the start of this phase.
Yeah, Shockwave in the top 3, dropping down dramatically now, not able to get too much done. I think that what they really succeeded with was some quite aggressive plays off the back of some decent off angles. They're one of the teams that does play a little bit more split than most, and were able to deal with that. Unfortunately, this time around, just not looking as strong as before. In the meantime, Game Lord looks like they've absolutely dominated the opposition over on Excuse Me. really struggling versus them. And this is the first clean win we've seen Game Lord actually achieve. And it's odd to me that, you know, VIRTUS.PRO didn't explore this one. But again, Circle heading down towards that south side, you'd imagine that they want to put priority in getting some compounds down that way.
Excuse me, hot drop on 2 maps, Blank. That is 2/3 of your games that you're playing on a coin flip right at the start. It's kind of wild, really, to be honest, that they've opted for this strat. High value central positions seem to be the excuse me way. That Erangel's really the only thing propping them up, I would say.
Yeah, at the moment, but it's not looking too good. Nexus now down to 2 players versus Team Doom. It doesn't bode well, does it, John?
No. Not ideal. Octavian, oh, gets caught out by Team Doom. Team Doom have come alive in this game. Okay, they've faced off against GOAT Team, taking care of them handily. Backed Nexus off as well. And they stay alive as 4. Okay, okay. So that's 7 elimination points, I think, already on the match for Team Doom.
Good stuff. This is probably more eliminations we've ever seen them get in the first couple of minutes of the game, John, which I'm certain that they will be happy with. 7 elims so far, able to take down a lot of GOAT Team in the first place, and now also getting the majority of the squad over towards Nexus, sending Doran, tail between his legs, running. MUERTE mixed in here. A strong, strong team. One that typically thrives well in chaos, I would say. Not typically taking up these really central spots, but rather playing off the back of some incredible rotations and some smart gameplay. As we saw Max tell us straight earlier on today, if you weren't here for it, just explaining how they were moving backwards and forwards versus Gladiators, trying to find themselves a better position and quickly reacting to them, which is what MUERTE seems to do best, and that is reactive gameplay. And we saw the complete antithesis of that on that last match with Game Lord being very, very unreactive to a lot of circumstances going on around them in Miramar. So you'd hope that this is a good sign for them to try and get a little bit more done, because that chicken dinner became a lot more squeaky than it needed to be.
Game Lord hit the lobby with that neutral jing. Just waiting, chilling. And finally just bends everyone out of shape.
It's absolutely fine. I mean, it's something to go for, but something that is not ideal anymore in the current format. Elimination is so much more important. Even just, again, Gladiators, I'm saying Gladiators a lot at the moment. Please don't hate me for this, guys. But again, get that last game, able to get a huge amount of eliminations off the back of some of those third parties, completely saved that game. It wasn't a game where they were likely to get that chicken dinner until the very end, where it started to look maybe a little bit scary. But the fact they were able to get so many eliminations meant that that game was just not all for naught, despite that rotation not working out for them and losing 2 players. And that's what you need to have in this format, is you need to be able to salvage games. It can't be just good game after good game after good game, and that's what we're currently seeing MADBULLS suffering from a little bit. Is they've had a lot of successful matches, a lot of great matches, unfortunately not able to translate some of their worst ones into, you know, 5, 6, 7 eliminations, which just keeps that point score rolling.
Take note of Dark Project right at the bottom right of your screen, going on a wide botation. You imagine they'll make landfall in about 2 minutes over towards Nakam, maybe even up as far as Tambang, and play on the west. Circle shifts down southwest and isolates that southwest island, Blank.
Yeah, so we're definitely down here ending up on these compounds beneath, and a lot of teams will be happy about this, and a lot of times Sanhok is a bit crazy in the sense of you're not sure where this is going to end up. But again, we have this circle shift happen so often at this point in time that these teams should be very well aware of where to play, which compounds to go for. Major Pride maybe feeling a bit more comfortable over in Painan, opted to not go for this 4-man split this time around, which I'm quite pleased about, to say the least. Angling it up towards that northern edge, towards boot camp. In the meantime, Dark Project, 2 players down. Finally, teams are starting to realize where they're coming from.
Dark Project were spotted out, unfortunately. VIRTUS.PRO, they moved very, very early into this position, away from that wide split that we've highlighted before on their start drop, but now they've lost Purple and Folly. Playing as 3 in this compound will be a lot harder, especially with Major Pride probably going to have to leave Painan at some point. You've got Gladiators pushing in from that northern side. This northern edge of the central compounds is going to be put under pressure by Gladiators, by ARR, by Gamelord. And Team Doom.
And Team Doom. So, obviously, this is going to be a bit of a tricky rotation. For Gladiators, though, getting that Confluence compound gives them great sight lines off towards that eastern side. I think Gamelord have taken their sweet time just a little bit, John, leaving this place. You can somewhat forgive them for that, considering a lot of teams have harassed them from this southern side. But with this kind of circle shift, I think if you are Gamelord, you realize that these teams aren't necessarily going to be trying to take you out and rather prioritizing a better compound towards that southwest side. So again, Narvala going down towards Gladiators. This is another case of that neutral gameplay that you talked about earlier, John. And instead, it's the Gladiators coming through with the lawful evil, taking them down and judging them from their neutral position.
Cave spots out Reflect. Does manage to get to some cover somehow behind the foliage as well. Just going to give you a little bit of an angle. Reflect actually taking shots back over towards Influence from Cave, but has to hit the deck fairly fast as a volley is sent in answer. And in anger, southeast side near Camp Charlie. Fraught now, an ankle peaks wide, and that is a knock from Creepy.
Reflect takes down. Creepy's been playing really well for the team. Obviously the best member over on Cave. And Cave's really bringing things back up to speed now, which is nice to see. And I think they were a team probably towards the beginning of this tournament just sent for a central compound and hope for the best. But now they're really taking destiny into their own hands and grasping it, which is great to see. In the meantime, Dark Project's botation really has been hampered. KASIK had the amazing read on this one and looked to pick themselves up juicy 4 points for their troubles.
KASIK team wants to drop nades down, and Dark Project, I think this is, as you were saying before, the first time that they're going to be taken out on this rotation. This shift, I quite like this shift. I think it's going to be a lot more interesting than MUERTE on that south coast. Going to have to move up Cave as well. MADBULLS and VIRTUS.PRO in high priority compounds now, even more so than they were.
KASIK still going. Taking a look at the circle though, they will have to move away from here. To MUERTE actually taking shots along the way from KASIK team. This is interesting, and I think for MUERTE, this is not something that they would have expected or enjoyed. They'd hoped to get the third party on this, but great play from Kaz, actually looking over this way alongside with Striker. They know they can maintain pressure over the guys from Dark Project. They're not likely to get out of the water, so the worst position to be worried about is up towards the hillside to their north, and also this rocky cliff face on their western side. Really, really smart stuff from KASIK team.
Nice suppressive position, but they will have to move north, and MUERTE do have the inside track on that. Team Doom, in the meantime, over on that northern side, are pressuring ARR into this engagement. And Team Doom, they only have 3 now remaining. They did lose a player, and Gamelord are just ahead of them. But they are in the sandwich between Team Doom and Major Pride. Look at Nomi moving forward. So is Effect for Major Pride, and immediately they find the backs of Narvalo. And the rest of Gamelord are coming apart as well. Nomi takes shots over towards them, and it is so much work being done. Team Doom afforded a little bit of a breath here, as Phantom is down by the wall on the outside. Robs wants the challenge, has the DBS. We know how devilish he is with it. Will be able to find the knock that he was looking for. Phantom as well will be flushed out for Team Doom, and this might be the end of their run.
At least they already get some points this game, which is nice. Still 1 player left remaining. 10 eliminations, really good stuff. A chicken dinner in of its own right. Finally, the final player falls. 8 eliminations there for Gamelord after their first 4 initial over towards Excuse Me. And I suppose that's what that bootcamp hot drop does afford you, is a potential of 4 extra eliminations. But you have to be really confident. And I think with Excuse Me starting to slowly slip down the rankings, this becomes a much more efficient hot drop for them, knowing that maybe it's a 80% win chance at a clean wipe for them. I'm okay with this one. Gamelord, they did circumvent the Gladiators, who were causing them some issues over on that western side, opting to head through Painan instead. But again, Major Pride in front of them, with Gladiators holding the bridge. This is going to be a very difficult push for them, John.
That ridgeline for Gladiators, giving them cover for now, sure, but how much longer will it provide them sanctuary? Not too much, I imagine. Gladiators are further ahead on this one. There is really no good route for Game Lord to go. KASIK team have got that eastern rotation up. Just before this circle hits, they can get that res down south. It's going to be so tight on the timing, and now it's just hit. I don't think that KASIK can get that res south side. It does just pop up, but I imagine that's going to be knocked very soon. Yep, there it goes, straight away. Cannot heal through that. Just a little bit poor on the timing, as MADBULLS actually spot MUERTE trying to push up to that western edge. MUERTE were on 3, they're now down to 2.
Yeah, MUERTE had hoped to go for a play down towards that south side and pick up on the third party, but KASIK team were definitely prepared, and even Cave now getting involved too. It's a little bit of a problem for them. In the meantime, Cave with their split, VIRTUS.PRO towards the center, though we don't have a lot of confidence in VIRTUS.PRO on this map anymore. Really struggling with these positions more often than not.
Gladiators are going to push in from the north and maybe get ahead of Major Pride. It is all on whether or not VIRTUS.PRO can hold out from that south edge. Cave, I would say, probably one of the more favorable positions here, unless Gladiators can find that entrenchment.
Yeah, I think Cave's in a good spot. They typically perform quite well over on Sanhok, picking up some good positions. Though when it comes to end game, they start to struggle just a little bit. We've seen that a couple times now versus their game yesterday on VIRTUS.PRO, where they found themselves very far into the game, but then losing out. And then again before that, where they were stuck between them and MUERTE. So I think for perhaps Cave, they want to play things just a little bit safer, maybe find a bit more influence inside of this lobby. MADBULLS starting to move up just slightly, do spot the guys from Cave, take some shots, but they are hunkered down. But it allowed both Zerich and Frozen to get nice and close, perhaps even nade range.
Cave and MADBULLS close by. We've seen Cave be powerful in Sanhoks. Now their challenge is here. 7 eliminations already on the game. And the MADBULLS have been a lot quieter, only the one found. Both backing off this engagement. The predictions come through. Double prediction for the MADBULLS here, coming through from you and Gennaro. Maxman went for Major Pride from Painan. I'm on the Gladiators hype train after their last game performance in their northern side position.
Yeah, in all respect, I think Max going for Major Pride once again. He has confidence with his team on this map. It's their first showing today. MADBULLS on their second. Gladiators also on their second match of the day. Cave just underneath MADBULLS, playing extremely scared, in fact, and have actually forced themselves into an unideal position now underneath them. MUERTE still going through, can be that unknown factor. Flique obviously still trying to scout down that way. He knows there's still players remaining, so for MADBULLS, they need to clear out just a little bit more.
That shift again goes to the VIRTUS.PRO compound, but with 3, once these fights conclude, could be very tricky to move forwards. Discrim down flushed by Cave. Backstab isn't there. Frozen absolutely visible. Just try to find a little cheeky spot through the foliage. Knows he's there. There's the crosshair that you were looking for. Needs to wait for the opportune time, and it might be now. I mean, when else are you going to strike? Or do you just want to try and stay quiet? Gladiators moving across this hillside. They know that Major Pride are pushing up, but they are on the outside. Tixi down, but a nice trade comes through from Meku on the high ground. Kitsune is there as well on the angle, and there's a res that can come through quickly on the northern edge. Monkey could prove to be difficult as MADBULLS crash straight on in, and 2 go down almost immediately. Zerich is low, falls as well, and just absolutely torn to shreds. Cave are going to have free reign over there as Gladiators try and take more control on their northern side.
Me and Gennaro are extremely sad about that. A crash that could have gone well, but looked like VIRTUS.PRO have done the impossible. They've regrouped onto one position and have actually just tried to annihilate at least one side, which is far better than what we've seen before, with them playing much more split. They do lose one player in the process, and Cave can continue to move up from that south side. They removed MUERTE's last player in Happy J and can maybe isolate VIRTUS.PRO. I think that was one hell of a crazy push coming through from MADBULLS. It's such an unpredictable team.
Major Pride have lost 1 and Gladiators have stayed up as 4. So advantage for Gladiators on that north side. It's really the 2 fights going on right now. VIRTUS.PRO and Cave, Major Pride and Gladiators. As there are some remnants floating about the rest of the circle as well from NEXUS and KASIK team.
I think perhaps the guys from MADBULLS expected the players from VIRTUS.PRO to be on the northern compound. They could quickly hit there, because that is the weaker side, but it feels like VIRTUS.PRO really propped up the correct part of the compound, and instead of allowed that northern edge to be open for anyone else that wants it, but instead just securing their position in the late game. Cave do lose a player, and this fight still rages on between Gladiators as well as Major Pride.
It feels like the resolution of this fight will pretty much dictate the winner on the northern edge. If VIRTUS.PRO, unless VIRTUS.PRO can keep it going, but a nice knock over onto Meku opens things up for Major Pride. Can they move in? Because Meku is the forward position Gladiators. It makes it so much harder for them to go for this res. Meku just has to crawl back and hope that he can reach a teammate. Effect trying to sail around, get some info. Will see players towards the back. The res is on target, but the nades are pouring on in. Matic down as well now as Meku gets flushed by the same nade. Kitsune playing off with Tixi. As the nade from Effect not quite going to get loose before he gets knocked, and a second comes through as well. Monkey now last standing for Major Pride. I think that's the third party. Doran actually chiming in to the engagement. And can Gladiators stay up as 3?
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO also took shots up towards Major Pride and have actually changed the outcome of the game there, allowing Gladiators a bit more time to regroup and reassess the scenario. Creepy, nice nade, takes down the final player, English. And Hayes will find that flush over towards one of the players on Major Pride. That really changed everything, that single knock. And in the meantime, while VIRTUS.PRO are completely preoccupied with the north side, Cave tries to move in, but it's Doran all on his lonesome once again here on this map, causing troubles.
Doran has been such a difficult linchpin on this eastern edge, but the zone will dispatch him. Nomi also knocked. Gladiators want to sweep out this northern edge. Doran tries to move up and into that engagement. Creepy will take these shots on down.
He's made it.
It's the flush, and he manages to make it, but he's right near to Monkey and the Gladiators as well. Cave are falling in the push towards the neutral Jing hold from VIRTUS.PRO. Nade maybe from Monkey, has 2 in the back pocket, looking to heal out first. Can he put the cat amongst the pigeons between that Gladiators roster? Influence falls and Cave are now down. The circle zones towards VIRTUS.PRO once more, and the hilltop needs to be found. Now Doran still alive.
Doran really is this secret ingredient of Nexus. He's done the same thing yesterday versus Gladiators over on Miramar, now looking to do something similar. If he finds at least one knock over towards Gladiators, it is real bad news. Luckily for them, they have this massive rocky outcrop that is going to give them a little bit of cover to play around with, but eventually they will have to move through it. But there is still a little bit in the circle that they can maneuver with. VIRTUS.PRO, on the other hand, 3 players all inside a building, 3v3 here, John. VIRTUS.PRO practically have had this game gifted to them. We've seen this before, and no one here on the casting broadcast team actually went for them as a pick, and that's because they have suffered on these positions so many times. But can they finally stand tall here and defend a compound?
Matic wants to lead up to the rock. They have got some cover. The smokes may be still available. Didn't see too many bloom on that hilltop position. The circle, again, just goes completely away from them, which is once more very, very cruel. And right on towards VIRTUS.PRO. 2 smokes in hand there, none for Matic. Okay, so they are going to be a little bit low on utility to get up to these sightlines, but well-placed smokes can cover off good sightlines, and once you're up to the compound, it does give you a little bit more freedom. They will be in. Single backed off that door frame is great news, but Tixi going down, not really what you want to see there. Flushed almost immediately from Of Hayes. They know there's a backstop now. If Folly gets caught, if he gets peeked, and an unfortunate timing could be this end of VIRTUS.PRO's hold, but in flows Gladiators down the hill. 1 player, 2 player up to the wall now. Nade from Folly in hand being cooked. Kitsune wants to break out wide, control the corner with the nade, but he falls away. A lovely read there. A lot of damage found. There's the burn as well from the Molotov. Looking to try and jump out the window. So little HP for Single, and immediately falls. The DBS is good around the corner. Matic on the inside wants to heal up as well. The Gladiators take it 2 for 2 now. Blow for blow with the VIRTUS.PRO squad. Folly up and to the wall, wants to heal and slow things down once more. Kitsune on the outside has penned them in, and with the center of the circle going to close, it could be tricky. Right on this porch side is where VIRTUS.PRO will try and hold once more, as Gladiators try and keep themselves alive. Kitsune on the outside with the DBS, this close range engagement. It's going to be huge. Matic as well. waiting for that health bar to tick back up. Really no nades to be speaking of. Imagine at this point on either team. A lineup is good for one onto Volley, and Gladiators break out wide for more, but Kitsune falls, and now it's a 1 versus 1. It is blow for blow. Matic gets the heal off, so does Of Haze. Volley flushed. Kitsune resible, but here comes the push. Matic wants the challenge. Can he find the shots? Gets one good lick in. Can he get that trade? Can he convert on the advantage? It's so fraught around the headland. Will he go for the shots? And a reload necessary for Of Haze, but 7 bullets, it's not going to be enough. The Gladiators take it home.
An unreal victory once again for Gladiators, moving through on this one. So unexpected coming through off the back of that, John. And again, it's the Kitsune Matic God Squad coming through. It's so funny, but Kitsune is usually the last to fall and Matic the first. But when those two magical components come together, and it's a miracle when they do, they really perform well. A really, really nice game there. I think VIRTUS.PRO lost as soon as Single made that push. If he'd backed off a little bit and they had that third angle, it would have been good. But I think the big thing on that engagement, yes, Tixi went down, but immediately nades going through on that left side compound into the doorway, and then a Molotov before they move up. They've isolated the angle. They know Of Haze is not able to see through there because he's too busy on that angle that watched towards Tixi, and there's a building in front of them to move to. So really, really well executed. I think VIRTUS.PRO tried to play too complicated of a game almost.
Yeah, that neutral Dring was defeated by the positive Jing coming through from the Gladiators. I like that analogy. It's very good. I'm a big fan. But we are going to head back over to the desk to break that one down.
VIRTUS.PRO, so close, but so far. And here we are, Max. Unfortunately for them, it's Gladiators. The ones to be coming out on top. And guys, if you want to stay on top of all the action as well, make sure to follow all the socials because we cover everything that's going on and all the actions. YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch. We have everything. Just look at it. PUBG Mobile Esports. PMPL
Just look at it.
We'll just look at it. Also, just look at the giveaway, Max. All right. I heard that there are skins up for grab. I heard that 2 people have already won, which means that it's actually happening.
Yes, unfortunately, they're not giving it to me, so I have to give it to you guys. But I really tried to get the codes for myself, but I was not allowed to, unfortunately. We still got a bunch of more skins for you guys at home to get. You've got still 7 skins that we're going to be giving away throughout the entirety of this season. And they're permanent skins. They're not limited for 7 days or something like that. No, they are permanent skins. They're going to keep forever. So, yeah.
For free. Forever.
Free.
$3.99. But let's just look at the match ranking as well in terms of how the teams finished when it came to the points. I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, they might not have that chicken dinner on their plate, but they do have a total of 12 elims, which combined with the second placement points of 6 makes 18. Quick maths, and therefore they actually ranked first.
Yeah, 18 eliminations, 18, sorry, total points, not eliminations. That would be massive if they got that. But 18 points on the game, potentially the biggest game we've seen so far by VIRTUS.PRO. I think a lot of teams that crashed on their location were just not expecting the entire squad to be south of the compound, which normally is the weaker side, but they just sent everyone there. I think maybe in fear of like Gladiators or Major Pride North, they were like, okay, if they crash, we won't lose players. Let's just defend the south edge instead. And actually really interesting, we saw on the front page also, Team Doom had 0 placement points, 10 elims. I think they got more elims this game than they had in potentially like 4 days in the past. So, I mean, Team Doom, no, it was an interesting drop, an interesting fight they had versus GOAT Team and also Nexus Gaming inside of Paradise Resort, but it worked out, and 10 elims, hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the MUERTE gets 1 placement point as well, so there's also something to keep a track of, the fact that the teams at the top of the table are taking it a little slower in the last couple of days. But the head-to-head from Gladiators against VIRTUS.PRO, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, all they needed was a little bit more damage and it would have been on top in every single one of these stats, but their elims, I mean, 12 elims in total. We were saying they've been a little resident sleeper, but they've woken up.
Yeah, I mean, they defended that position extremely well. Can't take that away. They were getting some help from players like eagar from KASIK team, like especially Durin from Nexus Gaming. There's just like a thorn in their side the entirety of this game, pretty much, as teams were trying to get themselves involved. And Cave, you know, held down the south pretty well. Unfortunately, that rotation downhill was just a little bit too rough for them to pull off. And yeah, now we got 2 early game fights in Sanhok. We have the one in Boot Camp, and we got the one that might be happening again over here in Paradise Resort, but I do think Paradise Resort is pretty fun when it comes to early game fights, so I will not complain too much about it. And it's actually interesting, John did mention it during the game. Excuse Me now drop in 2/3 of their games. They hot drop on Miramar and Picado, and they hot drop here versus Game Lord on Boot Camp, which I could say many things about that, Janiro, but I am not, because
I would love
we're
to
live.
hear. When we're looking at the hot drops as well, I know that this is a topic that you very much personally, like, you have a hatred, a passion against hot drops. But the fact that this is continuously happening from the likes of Excuse Me, and looking at how that translates into the points that they've been securing and how they're sitting on the ranking table. What could be potentially the reason behind teams going for those hot drops, regardless of the fact that they're not very well regarded, so to say?
I'm happy you're asking that. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's just a coin flip every single time, and you just got to try and be lucky if it works out or not. But thing is about Gladiators, as they go for the push towards the end of this game, also they got that clutch factor as solos, and Matic just put on an absolute clinic towards the end of the game himself. The 2 last knockdowns, despite his teammate not being there, and just playing a little bit of back and forth with off-haze. We didn't have the off-haze purple duo combo, unfortunately, there, but it still worked out in the end. And Major Pride, they were my prediction in the game. I think they should have been in where Gladiators were, because the moment that you eliminate Game Lord north of Painan, you can instantly go for the rotate. I think they took a little bit too long, and because of that, Gladiators got a little bit of a higher ground position to make that fight just a little bit easier for them to take home.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would say, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. Cave, however, they're the ones who are doing the most damage. I mean, this is very standard Sanhok damage charts. 2,000 from Cave, 11 elims in total. They've definitely stepped up to the plate here, but I think, again, what I am most surprised by is the fact that Doom got 10 elims. It feels like that is literally almost half what they have gotten throughout the entire last couple of play days. So I don't know what Doom is doing, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because it's working. And if it's working on Sanhok, I mean, hat off. I don't have a hat, but just pretend like I do.
They had 22 elims before today, so they just got 10. So they pretty much got like half, as you said,
in one day. Well, let's have a look at the best teams on Erangel, because that's the map that's going to be going up next. And as much as the damage on Sanhok was a little low, I mean, it seems to be a theme here as well when we're looking at Erangel Max. Teams, I mean, MADBULLS and MUERTE is staying in top. Gladiators are here as well. And I feel like with the performance that we've seen from Gladiators today, are we expecting a podium finish?
I'm
Dare I ask?
really expecting a podium finish. Like, we're seeing how MUERTE has not been able to get too many results, and I think they got, you said, 1 point on this match in the match rankings.
Yeah.
There's a chance that the top 3 is going to be once again completely moved around. It's what happened with GOAT Team after they got himself 4 chicken dinners. It could happen once again. I mean, currently you got 2 teams at the top that are uncontested, which are going to be the side of MUERTE and MADBULLS, but there's a spot towards top 3 which tends to fluctuate every once in a while, and even MUERTE could be a team that could fall eventually. Even though we're still very late in this phase, there's still some room for changes.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen here. And with the next map coming up, we're going to be heading over to our casters once again. John and Blake, who are going to be walking you through everything Erangel.
Hello, it's the Prediction Master here to lead you through this next game. We're going into Erangel. Blank, you were, just before we were going live, talking about how these games are becoming a lot harder to predict. And to be fair, you know, I will give you that. I have had to think a lot more deeply than perhaps I did before. But no, it has been the clutch factor that you said has changed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, at this point in time, if there is Gladiators, MADBULLS, Major Pride, perhaps even MUERTE in the lobby, a lot of times it's starting to feel more like a, you know, you throw all those names into a hat and you pull one out, and that could be the one. It's really difficult to identify who's going to come out on top here now, especially with the fact that, you know, it's that X factor, right? At the end of the day, for some of these teams that's coming through. I mean, Gladiators, decent-ish position on that northern side. A lot of teams to contend with, Major Pride to deal with. You know, if VIRTUS.PRO go for a knockover towards Gladiators, that's a different story. If Doran spots one of the Gladiators first, that's a different story. There's a lot of moving parts going on at the moment, so I think that it's difficult to predict in that sense. But what I will say is that the guys coming through from Gladiators are really putting on a show today. It has been fantastic to watch, and they're pulling the boots up. We wanted to know what the hell was Gladiators doing down here in the old 19th place. What was that all about? Now they're suddenly set up in 3rd. This is a crazy turn of events overall. Again, with this one though, they're getting out nice and early towards Georgia Paul. You like to say that when they drop on their alternative, which is alongside Ferry Pier, they tend to do a lot better. However, this could be a game where getting out nice and early gives them a lot of time to loot up and start moving to other prolific compounds around here, like Box Compound itself, which could be really good. That is going in the wrong place. Do not like that at all. But yeah, this is a great position to be in. We'll see where the circle does pop, but again, we are looking at this side of the map being relatively open for a lot of these teams. It's going to be quite difficult to head towards. And again, you're making a gamble if you head over this way towards Lipovka if you're MUERTE maybe, or down towards Milta Power if you're Nexus. So you're making a gamble slightly on where the circle's going to end. Is it going to push you out? Which is why you do see this nice little shift up here where teams are just slowly parachuting down, waiting for the circle to pop. Now, get the Gladiators in a winning position. This is a really good place to be going forward. Zaki up top of them is controlled by the guys from Unicorns of Love, which could cause a slight problem, but I think this should be okay. Gladiators may be on for another good game here, John.
Looking at a pretty solid spot on that northern side, hopefully able to convert on that advantage, because they've had a blinder of a day today, Blank, as you said. Very rightly so. Game Lord breaking out towards Yasnaya as well. Their standard drop location. They will grab the loot. They've already all got vehicles and they can refuel there, get back into that circle to the west. Shockwave's position, I think, is also likely to have a lot of value, and I'm looking at ARR to potentially be a major player on that Everest position.
Could be a major player indeed. This is a position that is nice to play around with. Obviously, it gives you a lot of high ground control. AAR have a massive amount of control down towards Gatka side, so holding this position is going to be good for them, being able to head towards some of these priority compounds nice and early. Major Pride over towards the side of this map, John. I think this is a position where, you know, at Sunken, maybe scouting up towards Box Compound, this could be good. We've seen them not have the greatest time over here over those first couple of days, but everything has changed. Considering the fact that we have seen them bring up their performance in such a big way, John, this could be a real different turn of events, and it's nice to see this area of the map, and it'll give us a good indication of just how much Major Pride have improved.
MUERTE. They dropped on the west side of that military island, moving over towards Novo. And they'll be in familiar territory here. Rotations really quite closed and difficult for them. I imagine we might even see a far east coast rotation from MUERTE and swing all the way north of Yasnaya to get into this circle, unless they want to try and go west onto the bridge off the military island and play up that west coast.
not a bad place to play from, I don't think so, honestly. It could be a position where they can get themselves a nice bit of information. And obviously, there is quite a lot of loot in this area as well, John, that you can pick up alongside with vehicles, which will be very important in the late game, especially if we start moving down towards that south side. Having vehicles as impromptu cover in this fielded position is pretty much necessary at this point in time. Taking a quick look at Erangel stats for Game Lord, 5 average eliminations. Is really good. I'm really proud of them for that. They're bringing things back up to speed. Again, it's weird to see them with like a very, very fast-paced type of gameplay over these first few days, and now we're on our last day of play. It's slowed down a lot, prioritizing a lot more towards those central compounds. And again, I also don't mind this if it's a case of, you know, they're experimenting with new things. Obviously, they've got their mojo back, and getting some confidence just in these team fights versus some of the stronger teams in the lobby is really, really necessary. But if you want to prioritize on getting some good compounds and playing from there, all the power to them, John.
I mean, it worked out in that first match of the day. 4 games.
And the second.
Yeah, true.
Before you talk about Gladiators. I jumped the gun there, I'm so sorry.
No. I was talking about the first 4 Game Lord. Yeah, their passive playstyle has sort of worked out a little bit more, but you're right, Game Lord, Gladiators absolutely have changed a little bit more. Not too sure what the wheels of that one were doing, but they popped back into position there. For KONINA Power, playing in Pochinki. And they will be able to move a little bit north, probably northwest, that they'll be looking to aim for. Excuse me, this is the one map that they don't hot drop on. And the circle has gone to them this time around.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice for the first time in quite a while. They're not fighting anyone either, John, which is a big positive to the things. Excuse seems to be one of the most furious teams in the lobby, though more like a angry 13-year-old. Not really much of a threat. You can kind of push them away a lot of times. A lot of these other teams in the lobby, the adults getting it done, getting those chicken dinners towards the end.
Not now, son. You just don't get it. That's my impression of an angry 13-year-old. I don't think I'm very good at that.
Not really. I don't think you've ever been a 13-year-old. I think you were just permanently 27.
It's true, yeah. I popped out in tweed.
That's true. 28 soon, though.
Very soon, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Very, very soon. Soon to be an old man.
Oh, no.
It's okay, John. As Max would say, you still have all the Riz.
Yes, Riz, yes. I've heard of this. Maybe. I'm not as old as Kalaris.
I know of it.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm not as old as Kalaris. Or Jason.
Kalaris and Jason, they were the inventors of Riz. They collaborated. So, you know, progenitors of Riz.
Yep.
MADBULLS.
In a pre-Riz society.
MADBULLS over towards Sunken, now moving in. Major Pride made quite the major decision to instantly leave this position, head towards one of those compounds just underneath Everest. This is actually a nice spot to play in. Gives you a lot of breathing room going forward. It's quite a bit of open space around you too, so spotting out these players as they come through is easy enough. You can see though, Nomi does only have that level 1 vest at the moment. They seem to be lacking on supply slightly. I think when you have to make a quick rotation out of Sunken, particularly with how difficult it can be to navigate there, your supplies aren't always going to be hugely to the maximum.
Major Pride moving in behind the forward duo for ARR. Unicorns of Love do manage to take care of Seiko from Shockwave, leaving Shockwave down at 2 on their egress from Severny. The push out to the east working out for Unicorns of Love. This is generally an area where Gladiators will sometimes push on northern circles, and it does have a lot of strength for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, for Unicorns of Love, this is going to be a nice position to play from. Shockwave really diminished in terms of power and potential so far. I think that looking at them, they're really not playing to the standards we saw previously. And it seems to just be getting caught out on these rotations quite frequently at this point in time. Either that's not having those backup drops or just not able to play when they are left as a 2-man unit or getting to these scraps early. Because where we saw them find the most success over in those early days was when they were playing with, you know, a lot more members and able to also being able to play that edge play style. With this actual lobby more focused on getting towards the center now, SHOCKWAVE have been shunted out slightly. GameLord even moved up towards his position after hearing some of these gunshots, looking to find themselves a nice spot towards this northeast edge, get some massive open space to play around with. That's one down in Trazen, and now the French team is looking a lot stronger.
I'll have to play on the edge this time around and try and push in, so no central waiting out for GameLord. Gladiators, they've sent now down south, and skirting past the MADBULLS. It's baiting and dancing with death, but seemingly able to push through. Tixi playing up on that high ground, waiting for an off angle, as Kitsune has somehow managed to thread all the way on in, get him to the haberdashers. Those needles are looking mighty sharp right now. And managed to get the rest of the team in with them. KONINA Power are at the top of Everest at this stage. Tixi and Matic trying to make their getaway.
Yeah, Matic trying to get out of there. Nice shots though. Explosion on the vehicle. Zerich will take them down. You know, 4th time's a charm. Last couple of players trying to skirt their way through, and I think for the guys of MADBULLS, this is a big success. I think as the first couple of players swiftly sidled on past and they didn't get any shots over towards them, things start to look a little bit risque, because now MADBULLS have to push through a team that's effectively got ahead of them as a 4-man unit. So for Zerich to find those 2 players on the back, really, really important for them. KONINA Power seem to have spotted this engagement though. And we'll just keep tabs on it for the time being, holding on to Everest, a position you mentioned early, John, giving a lot of control. Not many other teams seem to want to take up this position, though.
GameLord losing a pick to Robs there to the Unicorns of Love. The northern side still proving treacherous. Unicorns of Love, I feel like, maybe come through unexpected by both SHOCKWAVE and GameLord in the scenarios that they've been found in. But now Unicorns of Love's presence definitely known by GameLord, and all 4 of the Unicorns are up and alive. Mandus was down in Primorsk and left by the rest of his team, so it did just finally go down to the zone there. Northern side still looking for a crossing for GameLord. They're going to break out to the eastern bridge. I imagine Unicorns of Love may be crashing into the northeast side of Crates, unless they want to try and follow in the footsteps of Gladiators, but I don't think that's desirable.
Not really. It's a bit more tough to find your way in. But either way, I think that the team should be okay for now. I think a lot of times when we've seen this kind of circle, we saw it towards Crates as well as the South George area. You know, this area can hold a lot of teams, John. And at the end of the day, it just comes down to team fighting, gun skill, how well you can tactically move. But with this circle moving down towards Everest, this landmass becomes so much more important. I think the major difficulty with this position, and a lot of teams find, is the fact that Everest only holds typically 1 to 2 teams, yet the actual area that it takes up is massive. It's akin to almost water a little bit, in the sense that a lot of that area is unplayable, and forcing to be played on it does make it so a lot of times you will just be huddling, scared for your life.
You have vehicles that you can kind of expend to cross that ground, but you're right, it's very difficult. Speaking of vehicles, they roll straight on up for Nexus Convoy, up towards Sly Europe. Already a knock on towards Sly Europe. Octavian goes through the ground floor, sees a molly, sends outside instead, does not want to be caught in the furnace there. Molotov up to the top as well and forces a dropout coming through from Reflect. Tags on to the upstairs, but Doran down and flushed by Dagestan across the way. In the meantime, this crash is not going unnoticed by the teams nearby. Octavian with a nice knock onto the outside Mandarin. Looks to peel away at the forces of Sly Europe now. Last player standing on the upstairs. Ooh, a nice nade out the back there, finds Kapahala and Octavian. Now, just Keme left standing for Nexus to try and see them safe further into this circle. 1 player standing in the face of 2. The nade in finds even more damage. DBS is good, but it's not that good, unfortunately. Certainly not for Keme here. 1 player falls, but Sly Europe stay alive.
Kind of amusing as well, considering the fact that I don't think Nexus got any of those eliminations as far as I'm aware. I think the one that did go through was stolen away by Goat Team, but they've been rocked up by Major Pride, finding 1. The rest of the team dangerously low here. 1 player remaining as the roll-up comes through from the Leopard Mobile.
Ooh, goodness me, and shots from across the way. Everybody just pouring on down onto poor old Goat Team, who have really dropped off. Major Pride now playing as 4 southwest side. In the middle of those fields is difficult, but they do have vehicles to try and find a route, rotation north or probably southeast are their only 2 main options.
Major Pride still have a position to play from. Again, the fielded area in front of them is the difficult part. And this is what a lot of teams are going to struggle with over on this western portion of the map, John, is just the fact the fielded area is so difficult to leave and move through. You have to be very swift to make your way through there and up towards Hospital side. But even Hospital's currently contained by AAR, and that gives great sightlines to any team that is coming up from that southwest. Teams like MUERTE, Dagestan, Unicorns of Love all have to pass over the top side of Everest. At this point in time, I wouldn't even be surprised seeing MUERTE move up all the way towards that northeast and try and break through where Game Lord is currently playing.
Circle southwest. KONINA Power have so much advantage on this high ground now for Everest. It's not often that it gets so late and you still have that power from the top of Everest, but here KONINA Power can really exert force on this lobby. But it's likely that they're going to have to descend at some point, and it does work both ways, right? Blank, you talked about that dead zone essentially around Everest. Getting up there, almost impossible when there's a team holding their top. Getting down from it, also very, very difficult when there's teams surrounding it.
Goodness me. Sly Europe have a bullseye painted on their backs at the moment. That position is so strong, but will be assailable by a lot of different teams here. Dagestan might want to go for it. Major Pride do have a compound still within this area, or at least not a compound, but at least ditches and divots to play around with inside the fields. They have to hope for another southwest push on this. But again, Everest really cuts out a large portion of this circle. You don't really want to be playing underneath those rocky outcrops. They don't provide you a huge amount of cover, and more often than not, lock you into your doom than spell success for you.
Game Lord seem to have figured out that maybe they can move up towards Everest, but KONINA Power have sent all of their forces out to the eastern side of it to try and hold out this rotation, and Game Lord are diverted to the south. The remnants of Gladiators will move down to the south on the western edge of the circle as Malloy for MUERTE, playing with 3 on the south side right now, try and spook players nearby, but Zeus strikes down with a mighty bolt from on high and takes Happy J out the back lines.
Yeah, Team Doom looking a lot better recently, a lot more confident, I'd say, at least. Solid in some of their gameplay. Excuse me, goes down. Weren't able to get much done. And remember, this is where they dropped out as well. So the fact that they went down this early at 13th place is a bit of a shame. Game Lord moving up towards Unicorns of Love. They did take a knock, and Akashi's looking to send that final player going.
Valo doing work against Unicorns of Love. Noshi knocked, flushed. Akashi locked in combat now with Beast. Knows he's right there. Around the door frame, and another knock and flush comes through from Game Lord. Robs going down earlier will not take the wind out of their sails, but Mihi might just if he's able to get a sneaky little angle. Still hunkered down. The vehicle outside is kind of a giveaway that there's certainly need to be wary of this building, but Game Lord will survive with 3, outlasting Unicorns of Love in terms of their power in this lobby. MADBULLS are making their push down South Blank as well and find the tail end of Dark Project.
Finding at least one. Another goes through. Latte incredibly low, and MADBULLS happy for the rest of the team to move in, finish the job there. Fleeke for a good couple of shots there, clearing out the majority of this northern side. 3 eliminations total, not huge, but still respectable considering they've had to navigate through some tough waters over on this northern edge of the map. Now have to move down towards Hospital Way.
Game Lord actually spotted Akashi, knocked, flushed. Difficult rotations for them. The lead charge from Victor. Looking to be the only player left now standing with Narvalo knocked out in the blue. Dagestan a little bit further ahead on the rotation in the compound in the foothills of Everest. This is such a powerful compound, Blank.
A really, really good spot to be in. Now, Gladiators trying to take shots down towards Sly Europe, who currently still hold on to this position. Can be taken away from them if they do grab themselves a quick knock or so.
Victor seen. Agorazin wants to spray towards Victor, but it's just not landing. That smoke starts to bloom, and Victor has a little bit more cover right on the edge of this circle, underneath the compound from Dagestan. Gladiators playing as a duo. They've been able to survive a lot longer than maybe I would have expected them to, but to be fair, today is a strong day for them, and they're feeling it.
KONINA Power still up top side. Coming down from here will be a little bit rough. Team Doom also in a fairly decent position, but the circle going to start pushing them in quite a nasty way. Sly Europe still happy with their spot. It doesn't give them a huge amount of sight lines up towards Everest itself. What it does do is protect them from a lot of these other positions around the map, which are fairly open. Dagestan still holding in this compound just underneath Everest for the time being.
MADBULLS getting knocks onto their competition in the rotation from the north. ARR, Elementrix forward position, has to regroup onto teammate. Look for the res, but Zerich is taking shots from Fash, and with that high ground power from KONINA, it's just going to be so difficult to move under their purview.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS, getting through here is going to be a tough affair of things. Zerich going down. Again, it was always going to be a difficult push. Getting through this area and then past the fields is horrible. It really is horrible, John. Gladiators, though, still going with two. Seems to be their MO is get down to a duo, play versus 2v4, and they feel so much cleaner with it. Major Pride, Monkey does go down. This position is not bad for Major Pride. It doesn't provide them with a massive outpost, start taking shots at people, but it does allow them to survive, which is the main thing at the end of the day. 7 eliminations so far. By no means is this a shabby game here for the guys from Major Pride.
No, and looking for the predictions as well. Gennaro thinks that they have a shot from it. We've all gone for Dagestan there in that compound that has so much cover. A lot of opportunity to rotate further north if it presents itself.
Maku finding Elementrix. Fortunately, Kitsune should be falling soon. MADBULLS have actually made their way up, only losing one player, but Flique and Frozen, I said it a bit too soon. Chulika trying to make the mad dash upwards. I think this may be curtains now for the MADBULLS.
Yeah, Frozen getting flushed out, just Chulika. So not curtains just yet, but certainly is drawing to a close. Performance on this Erangel. Victor right on the edge there. Dagestan protected from the rain of the KONINA Power bullets from the rooftops of the compound they hold.
Smoke down. Provides Chulika just a little bit of cover from the guys on KONINA Power. And the circle heads up their way. Ooh, this is a nice game for KONINA Power. It really did not feel like it would come up over towards the Everest side. A lot of these other teams are going to have a difficult time ahead of them. The amount of free range that KONINA Power has, all they have to do is just poke the bee's nest a few times around the map and then tuck back in again. They don't have to do too much other than putting a little bit of damage in and then waiting for the rest of these teams to cause each other problems. Question is whether they leave it too long or not, because if Dagestan can cleanly get themselves out, evacuate from this building and start to move up towards KONINA Power later on, this is where things get a little bit tricky for them. Luckily, though, directly on the edge of this circle is Dagestan's compound, so they will have to move out here earlier than they might have liked if they want to take the chicken dinner.
Elementrix and ARR, the rest of them, they're looking pretty solid actually in this spot, I would say. They have a lot of foliage cover from KONINA Power's high ground. They can stick on this western side for a little bit longer on the next zone. Oh, Elementrix does get spotted. Breaks out a little bit too far. It does have an angle onto KONINA Power, so it can suppress the position. The question is who comes out unscathed on the south?
It's going to be a difficult one to call. I think for Dagestan, they understand that they need to take care of the guys from Major Pride. KONINA Power equally in a pretty tricky scenario because they are having to deal with both the southeast edge and the southwest edge at the same time, because so many teams will want to push their way up towards their spot now. It will be difficult to take this one away from them, John.
Major Pride mounting up towards the west. Goldie crashes straight on into Monkey, and Monkey goes down for Major Pride. There is backup, but not really going to answer with the volley in time, and Goldie stays alive. Doom now actually have a flank on, moving on forwards to try and leapfrog into this engagement. Effect close up on the buggy, hops out, but immediately shut down there. Team Doom do just fall. Unfortunately, they didn't have the numbers to compete with Major Pride, but they do have an impact, bringing Major Pride down to 3. So only 2 full 4 squads are left in the lobby.
Yeah, Major Pride's still doing a really, really excellent job here to weather the storm. Sly Europe haven't done anything. You can see them just standing idly inside this building. Like I said before, it provides you a lot of protective cover on that spot, but it doesn't provide you a lot of ability to react and get some eliminations going forward. These 2 loot crates towards the center of the map, though, might actually provide a nice position for some of these teams to rendezvous on with some vehicles, create some impromptu cover. Sly Europe finally take some shots outwards, but take a huge amount of damage in the process. Effect jumps out a little bit too early.
Yeah, and close up. 6 nades possible, but none of them going to be thrown out as Sly Europe do dispatch it. ARR looking to try and move up into these foothills. KONINA Power are starting to branch out, flex out from their position. As shots coming through, as Becker spots it for ARR. Fash, low, backed off the area. Dagestan stay up as 4 as well.
Shifu watching that position of Sly Europe, knowing they'll have to leave. I think that's exactly what AAR are doing as well. Circle heads up towards KONINA Power. Everyone has to come their way out into the open fields, into the open grounds. Again, these 2 loot crates become really, really important. If teams can maybe, just maybe get up there, they might be able to create themselves a little bit of a semi-compound. But again, they have to keep KONINA Power at bay. The one thing that's going for them is the amount of time that KONINA Power spent up here. They have to be very careful with their resources. It's a game of attrition at this point, and KONINA Power need to be careful with when they're taking these full barrage shots, because if they run out of ammo, that's it. They have to come down. They've not been able to loot any crates. Most of their victims have been below.
They have actually been trying to get a foothold further up and into the circle for quite a while now. Fash, you saw him rolling around on the side. Not quite the speed of sound, but did have to fold back in with the rest of the troops as Becker took those shots earlier on the western side from ARR. Dagestan's position, regrouping as well to try and punch through as a unit. Maybe try and sweep out as well.
Yeah, looking to clear out Sly Europe. If they can sweep over towards this western edge, it could be really good. Some good smokes from Sly Europe to try and deny some of these sight lines, but as the circle starts to push in, Dagestan still has a great operating post right now. Finds a couple of shots, but not enough. They found that knock. It would have made this so much more difficult. Luckily for them, Sly is pinched.
They are pinched between ARR and themselves. Dagestan trying to flow out. They're going for a bold crash here, a move up north that could come back to bite them. 2 players as a backstop. Find a Sly Europe player, keep, and Shifu is there. But Limbo Boom falls on the forward position. Does get traded off towards Agorazin as KONINA Power rain hell from above on everybody trying to move forward. Sly Europe break out to the west with just Reflect remaining on towards ARR. Tapok falls, looking for a good flush there. Dagestan still up as all 4 with 1 knock. KONINA Power on the eastern side trying to just suppress all of these positions.
KONINA Power took some nasty shots coming through from Shifu on the backstop. Nade goes through, might just be enough to find both of them. Good nade there from Baladoy. But Zadira's underneath, might be able to send a cheeky nade up topside.
Where's Becker or
grenades.
Reflect to move forwards? Close range, those nades are going to be devastating. Nade up top is good. Zadira
That's big.
Opens up, and actually 2. Sorry, just the 1. I thought I got overzealous there. Becker spots the player from Sly Europe, bringing the final 3 into the mix. Shifu is there. Keep also. Just Zadira now remains to stand against the KONINA Power from on high. They've had shift after shift, and again, it's this neutral positioning. They haven't had to leave, and this mountain has been their sanctuary. Zadira now really the only one who can stop it. Becker might be able to have an impact if they overstep, but I feel like they know that Becker's out there.
I'd call this anything but neutral, John. They have caused pandemonium over the squads underneath them. 10 eliminations is really respectable here for KONINA Power. Felt like they'd really thought out their process towards the end game. Now just Adira remaining. Might be able to find shots over towards Palucci, but it's quickly finished off. AAR with the final member remaining. Up to 12 eliminations if they can clear him out before the blue does.
Becca. With a shot, sure. I mean, okay, yeah, just going to take that one away. KONINA Power are rolling up. Becca on the outside. Not even sure they're going to spot him there. Just goes down. Okay, right in the grass, right in front of them. Either way, KONINA Power move up to Everest and they tumble everybody down. Nobody could move up to the KONINA Power position.
Yeah, really, really good spot. And I thought it would come down to a battle of attrition, but I think that they'd looted for so long around that area, always intending to go up towards top side of Everest. And it's very interesting to see Baladoy there at the end with 10 grenades in the back pocket, which is really important. They knew that as soon as teams started to get close, they would have to bombard from up on high and just lay hell down beneath them. So really, really well done to figure out that this is what was necessary towards that end game. But yeah, love that stuff from KONINA Power. They were very confident in their position up over on Everest, even when it started to stray away from that spot. Yes, they found a little bit of scouting alongside with KONINA Power, with Fash moving up. But other than that, I think they played that game out very, very well.
The teams around them just could not push up. Nobody challenged them for the top of the mountain. And KONINA Power will hold on for a chicken dinner.
KONINA Power has been one of the teams that we said are slipping a little under the radar, and so far now, Max, they're yet to get that chicken dinner, but it's now secured on their plates. They got it, they got the points, they got the limbs, they got everything they needed to move further up in those rankings.
I think it's fair to say after the performances and the eliminations they got yesterday, it was just a question of time with a confident team, an aggressive team at that, like that, to get that chicken dinner. And they do it in great fashion. And I love looking at Pelugi's face when you see his face pop up on the screen. That's the face you make when you get a double knock with a single nade. That's the kind of face you make in that situation. And yeah, 21 points on that one. I mean, Everest is a great position. It really sucks if you have to leave, but in this case, the circle just ended on such a strong position on the west of Everest, which is these rocks to give you such a good overview of the entire position around you, and you cannot really like push teams away from that too easily. So yeah, KONINA Power was their 4 players were just able to overwhelm that location and take themselves the dub.
Yeah, I mean, Major Pride are sitting on 3rd with the fact that they also have a couple of points coming in from limbs, but unfortunately that doesn't count towards my prediction. Which is a little bit of an unlucky situation to be in. MADBULLS, again, getting themselves that 1 point for placements, 4 points for limbs in total. But when we're looking at Go Team, the MUERTE, SHOCKWAVE, even NEXUS Gaming, some of these teams that we have seen performing or at least expected to be performing. Unfortunately, today's just not the day. Okay, it's Sunday. People have the Sunday blues, but that's all right. We got a couple of days break after today, but let's just look at the match report specifically to see which team did the most damage, which player has done the most here. I mean, KONINA Power, every single one is up there. It's not even a highlight of who did what the best, but it's more of a KONINA Power kind of the highlight.
This group only got there because he was driving around in circles for a bit just to be the top traveler of this game, apparently. But look at that, Pelugi's face. He's like, yeah, he knows. He knows he's got it. He got that dub. They got the win for the team on Everest. I mean, the cool thing about Everest is that they had all the information. They knew miles beforehand which team were going to be crashing their locations and where they were going to crash, so they could just prepare accordingly. So really good setups from the team, and we said it, we wanted to see a KONINA Power chicken dinner eventually, and it finally happened over there. So hopefully they can keep this going, but after what we saw yesterday and now this win, I think KONINA Power just going to start slowly but surely improving, getting those points in, and be fully ready for the next 2 phases of this PMPL.
Well, what can I say? Dreams do come true, right? They came true for KONINA Power, but now, Max, your dream to be a telestrator guy professional comes through.
Telestrator master. I like it.
There you go.
Let's go. Now, because we're going to have another Sanhok, I think it's interesting to go back on that Sanhok to go over a small clip that you can also use in your own personal games of Pokimoki if you really want to. And this is the game where Gladiators took themselves the chicken dinner, pushing onto VIRTUS.PRO. So the main issue you're going to be seeing here, of course, for the Gladiators, the fact that you've got all these different angles that can potentially be an issue for them. So especially where Folly and Single are currently playing at the time. So what they do really well is you could use mollies as an aggressive way just to like try and get damage, try and get eliminations. What you could also do is to block out positions particularly, and you're going to see that coming out from Kitsune in particular with all of the utility they're going to be chucking in direction of Single. They open up with a few nades because they know Single is in that location, and then that molly is just so strong because instantly what that molly enables you to do is to render this door impossible to use to slow down the rotation from Kitsune and Matic. And if he wants to try and reposition. That means a single, and you're seeing him do it right now, has to move from here over to the side. So you have a very small window of time. You have maybe around 5 to 10 seconds to go on the move, and instantly, as the molly goes down, Matic and Kitsune are going to run their way down, taking that fight towards Folly and off phase, because otherwise, Single's going to be able to get that off angle, and you're not going to be able to make it inside of that compound. So yeah, it's a very small detail, it's a very small aspect of the game, but the fact that Single was not able to get in a position in time allows them to get an entry point in the compound, clutch it out, and take the win.
And take the win, that's what they do indeed. And again, I mean, when we're looking as well at KONINA Power, it's not just the fact that they have made a lot of LMs, or they were really sure to just stick it out till the end. When it comes to KONINA Power, and I think that's also kind of a theme that we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the last couple of days, Max, and that's the fact that a lot of these teams, after that, so to say, warm-up period of the first 3 days that we've seen of Phase 1, they're very much getting into the groove of things. They're getting into the groove of getting a bit better at macro, just getting also a little bit better at where they want to drop, and figuring out a bit more what teams they need to go up to and which teams to just maybe stay away from a little bit. But Max, again, you're playing the role of Santa Claus, and that is skins that we're going to be giving away as well. But that's another thing later on, because now we're actually going to be looking at the skins, the new ones that are really good. Yeah. See, if I had to rate these skins, I would say really good, but I feel like, Max, you have a bit more wider vocabulary to describe things.
I would rate them really good out of 10. That's those are some cool skins.
Yeah, I think that's a fair rating. And looking at the overall rating as well, in terms of where the teams are now positioned, considering we have already played 2 maps today. I mean, MADBULLS still, you know, chilling. Even if you add like 5 points per game, which is still pretty impressive, they're just going to keep extending that lead. But Gladiators, KONINA Power, and Major Pride, every single one of these teams took over GOAT Team.
I mean, impressive the fact that MADBULLS already breached the 200-point barrier. They've already done that. They still got themselves one more match to play, which is going to be this next one. Potentially, they're playing Vikendi 100%. But you want to be in the top 12 at the end of this one. But yeah, Major Pride, KONINA Power both solidified themselves in a position in the top 5. And now really 3rd, 4th, 5th place, Gladiators, KONINA Power, Major Pride. I think we're going to have a lot of changes throughout today as to who will be in that top 3 position, because don't forget, you get a few extra points at the end of this phase for the finals of PMPL EU Spring 2023. So no, just a few extra placement points could make the difference between qualifying in a championship and going home and missing out on a chance to qualify for PNWI.
I mean, Shockwave has dropped down to 14th now, so even a little further from that 12 point cutoff point to get onto Vikendi. Sly Europe still sitting on there. I want to say comfortably, because if ARR Esports wants to catch up and kick Sly off of that throne of the 12th position, which is the cutoff point, they need to get a total of 10 points in the next couple of matches, which realistically with their performance, I mean, it's always going to be possible. I mean, if there is anything, it's not always, especially the last couple of days, it's not the same teams that continuously get that chicken dinner, which may have not been the case on play day 4 when Go Team got 4 in a row. But again, if it's possible, if they want to kick Sly out. So Sly, I think, is a little bit nervous at the moment in terms of, are they going to be going to Vikendi? Yes, no, maybe. So, Max, when it comes to the top 8 teams, so to say, that first real rotation that we're seeing on that first page, is there any team on there, or not on there really, that you really hope to be there? Shockwave is not your answer.
Okay. I mean, Game Lord, there you go, another French team I'd like to see up there. I mean, currently they're almost there. Game Lord actually kind of the cutoff for a lot of the teams on the second page. I think they had like a 20 to 30 point lead between 9th and 10th, which is a really good position to be in. So yeah, Game Lord I think can get up there. I just want to see them be a little bit more controlling, decisive when they're in a good position. Like we saw in Miramar, we didn't really see that from them. So I hope we can see a little bit of a change, but we saw the potential. We saw what Navalo and Victor can do, so we can see just a little bit more from the boys.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a little bit more from the boys even further, as we're going to be heading on to Miramar next with John and Black.
our one Miramar today. Blank, we're going into it for our, I think this is going to be the, no, sorry, hang on a minute. Yeah, no, it is our second Miramar today, because we already had one earlier today, right?
We did have one earlier today. We did, with Game Lord picking that one up. Sanhok coming shortly after this one. We do have one more Erangel, I believe, as well. But yeah, heading over towards Miramar now. This is going to be a map, again, where a lot of these teams are looking for these more consistent points. The rotations can be cleaner on this map. It's much larger overall. So I think that when you're looking at this one, John, you're expecting some of these teams, particularly Sly Europe with AR not far behind with 108 points, Shockwave as well as VIRTUS.PRO 104 points apiece. These are teams that really need to step the game up right now. Sly Europe can extend the lead here on Miramar, getting themselves a bit more points and making that 10-point difference between them and AR Esports, as well as 14 points between them and Shockwave and VIRTUS.PRO, a bit larger. So I think that for Sly Europe, especially because they were able to get a win here on Miramar, this is a particularly important game for them, John.
Plane path cutting middle to middle on this version of Miramar, the last of the phase that we shall be seeing. As the teams start to make their way out, pretty much everywhere accessible. One of the very few plane paths that makes this a reality, Blank.
Yeah, honestly, with this particular plane path, you know, you can head either up towards this north side very easily. You can also head down towards the south side very easily, right? It's super simple for a lot of these teams to get out. And I think that more than anything, it is this, you know, horizontal path that makes life very easy, because anywhere you want to go, dropping out like that is just so simple for you. So teams that either want to head up towards La Cobreria, head down towards Chumacera, equally as easy. So no one's really got an unfair advantage this game over just the plane path alone. So I think that when you're looking at this map in particular, this is time for a team like Sly Europe to shine. They need to get a good game on this one. It's the fairest one to do it with. Circle down towards this way, obviously Major Pride, quite happy with this down towards Chumacera. That's going to provide them a lot of good support, but more importantly, I do want to see a bit more of presence coming through from MADBULLS today. They have been hit and miss, and more times than not, it has been a miss. Yes, like Janira was saying, they are getting a decent-ish point average per game, but some of these plays just aren't working out, and I think this returns us just back to that similar aggressiveness we saw in the first 3 days that a lot of these teams just weren't prepared for, right, John? And I think now that everyone's getting a little bit more playtime, a little bit more practice versus these very strong teams who are playing at their peak, you know, those similar kind of plays just aren't going to work out for MADBULLS anymore. They can't bulldoze their way through into the circle.
Yeah, that Gladiators summit has been counterpoised by this downfall a little bit, or decline, I think is probably a better way of putting it, of the MADBULLS pressure. They started today on 194 points right now. They sit on 202, so it's kind of, you know, where has that strength gone? Where can it be found from again? Because 8 points over the 3 games that they've played so far, it's not living up to the expectation that they set for themselves.
Not really, and again, it's still a decent points lead, but with the amount of points they're able to put up over those early days, you'd expect them to be in a really big advantage at this point in time. However, that's not the case, and like you say, there's a couple of teams underneath them are actually gathering up those points to challenge them towards that top side. MUERTE 187 points, Gladiators still pumping out that point scoring potential 169, so that 202 points could easily be up towards 250, which would make the rest of this tournament so simple for them. And more than that, PMGC points are very important. And for a team like MADBULLS, who I don't think are going anywhere anytime soon, getting as many PMGC points as possible, just in case things take a turn for the worse over in our fall split, would be extremely important.
Yeah, you need to be in with that chance of getting every single point you can. For those points, of course, there's very limited places coming through. With the fact that returning champions will usually get invited to the tournament, though, there is a little bit more leeway in the European region overall, though. So I think that might go to the Turkish region, however. I need to look into the PMGC points qualification setup, but Yeah, absolutely. Get as many points as you can, as fast as you can, not only for the PMGC, but because these points do total up. And at the end of all of the phases, it is that total point score that allows you into the finals.
Exactly. So everything counts as point in time. Now, I know we're criticizing MADBULLS and they are currently on top, but, you know, they need a little bit more of a push. And I think that although they are extremely good, I want to see some of that potential come back. In the meantime, good nade coming through from Creepy, takes down Seiko from Shockwave, tries, takes shots up towards Dimension, who's getting himself a little bit of a better spot up on the high ground, takes shots down towards him. But Shockwave, losing a player like that off the bat does not bode well for them, considering this is a team that was chasing that 12th place position. Obviously, as we all know, at the end of a phase, which is today, we will play a Vikendi, but only the top 12 teams in the league will advance.
For that one Vikendi match anyway. I mean, that's a good chance to accrue a couple more points. It won't be bank-breaking, but absolutely can change those standings, especially given that that central area of the tables is very, very close. So an 8-point game can really change your fortunes there from 1st to 12th. Probably not bridging the entire gap, but certainly can start to put a dent in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, with the eliminations you can grab there being more important and allowing you to jump up and knowing that people ahead of you, just in case just because they get a chicken dinner doesn't necessarily mean they're going to shoot out in front. But that could be a great chance for teams like Gladiators and Major Pride, who have both had quite a late start into this league in terms of getting those points performance done. That could lead to them actually getting more points to send themselves towards that top side in terms of just league points overall, which is going to be quite the big thing for them.
Shockwave, a little bit further ahead of Unicorns of Love. I think the Unicorns are definitely aware of the Shockwave position on the eastern side of this next zone, just to the west of Labadita, east of Picardo, which has been quiet because, excuse me, have not dropped in this game.
Excuse me, not dropping, obviously gives them a bit more chance to branch out over towards Picardo itself, and it looks like KASIK team have quickly taken themselves a 4-man split there, trying to identify as much ground as possible, especially moving down towards this south side. I think that they took the optimal decision there and tried to get as much information around them as possible while still trying to loot up, knowing, excuse me, is not in the game. Very important little thing for them. It's a small thing, but it is an important thing considering that Picardo is such a focal point around the map. Shockwave just cannot catch a break though, as Unicorns of Love come barreling in towards them.
Ooh, Noshi nearly getting a shot around the headland. This time it's good for a second, and there's just too much firepower being concentrated out their way. Terminals will be the last to fall. Zero did get knocked, but that's an easy res, and the Unicorns of Love, no real threats nearby. Shockwave down and out.
Yeah, and I'd even go as far to say that that is pretty much Shockwave's chance at getting up towards that top side ahead of Sly Europe. He's pretty much donezo at this point in time. Unless Sly Europe goes down very early here, it will be quite difficult in one game with the previous performance we've seen from Shockwave to get ahead of them. And remember, the overall points bank has been limited just by this new format. It's no longer the days we're seeing teams get 30 points on a match anymore. You know, getting a chicken dinner and then 15 eliminations is huge, but that's only going to net you 25 points now with only 10 points for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's severely diminished those placement point values. And as you say, overall, the general points are credited to all the teams across each match. So in general, you'll see that shrinkage of points. We used to talk, and this is quite interesting as well, we used to talk about how getting a 10-point average is going to be looking at top 3 positions. That sort of falls down a little bit in this point system. We've yet to see how that sort of impact comes through, because of course it brings with it adaptations in play style, but it's likely to be around that 9 mark.
Exactly, which Gladiators are massively taking advantage of, right? As soon as they go down to 3 or 2 players, they change up their playstyle massively and go for these big elimination games, trying to third party as much as possible. This is the engagement between Unicorns of Love and Shockwave. They just set up the roadblock very nicely. Terminus is able to at least find one of them, but is quickly dispatched afterwards. Noshi doing a good job there. Game Lord now coming against VIRTUS.PRO as well. Now Kashi's doing a good job. Nice headshots as well. VIRTUS.PRO looking right on the back foot with just single now remaining.
Nade over the top towards Victor, but he's already sailed himself underneath it. Robs is getting rest in the meantime. A quick flush, a quick pit stop, but Single has more nades in hand. Dips out the back. That is a really broadside peak. Luckily, the magazine's a little bit low. Unfortunately, the other weapon has got the rounds necessary. And no knocks over towards Game Lord after they get that res onto Robs. VIRTUS.PRO, again, this is a team that we might have expected more from.
Yeah, they're just falling down. And I don't think this is particularly because VIRTUS.PRO is a bad team. I think it's just because we have so many good teams currently in the league. There is small, minute factors that are happening which are leading to more and more victories coming through. Tactical decisions. Max did a great illustration of a smoke, a grenade, and a Molotov over towards the side of Single on their Sanhok game where they were able to win that one out, which just provided them enough time to get past that sightline. I think that VIRTUS.PRO just hasn't quite adapted just yet to this new caliber of play.
That power, that aggression, that discipline as well. Confidence, really. Coming up against that is a fearsome thing to see in the battlefield. Dimension rolls on in. Try and get some backup, but already teammate has flushed away. Unicorns of Love continue their run after having taken care of Shockwave earlier. Dimension, nade in hand, sees Beast, sees Noshi now as well, right up into the wall. Nade around the corner, might be able to do a lot. Beast goes very, very low, but doesn't get knocked, and that allows him to go for the heal. Influence can put a nade nice and far back onto Noshi's position, and they want to get these knocks as soon as possible. Doesn't really find what they were looking for, however. Influence and Dimension playing close. Zero and Beast are there. Creepy cooking a nade in the back lines in the meantime. Molotov to slow things down. As Cave wants some more power. Mihi, a beautiful off angle to really suppress Cave's spot. What are you going to do here? Mihi just has so much control over this.
Yeah, and the rest of Unicorns of Love just sending grenades in. This is a different type of Unicorns of Love that we're used to, but there it is. There they're back.
They walk into a crossfire. And that is suboptimal gameplay right there.
I mean, as soon as the smoke went down, I think you should have reevaluated the situation, realizing you had Mihi on oversight, send the grenades in, send the Molotovs in, cause chaos on that side of the map, and wait for the blue to force them out and then take them as they approached outwards, because you had the backstop in Mihi. So I think that that is just pure overconfidence and impatience coming through from the Unicorns of Love squad. Mihi goes down as Creepy steps out. Yeah, I said it's a different type of Unicorns of Love, but quickly reminded of their reality.
KONINA Power are going to have a crack at it, though, this time around. Finding a little bit more success. A lot of damage sent over, but I don't think that came through as a knock. On towards Cave. Cave are playing with 3 now on the southeast side. The circle goes all the way west. Away from them towards Goat Team, who are in this Miramar. They do drop down towards Bahia de Mar, and they have come up that west coast. As well as MUERTE, who moved south from Monte Nuevo and will be in the hills near Ladriera.
Good shot from Game Lord there. Will at least post up MUERTE on that side, give them a bit more time to move up. Akashi sending towards Nalvalo. Woodson has 2 grenades. Quickly, Akashi reassesses. This is actually quite a cool play. For some reason, I don't know how he knew which direction he was going in there, but that is one hell of a read over towards Akashi. Maybe heard the footsteps, but not much you can do about that.
I think he also saw the nade come through from Akashi and just readjusted that. MUERTE picking themselves up, staying on 4. Really nice high ground split coming through from MUERTE. Look at the vantage they have from Discrim and Happy J. Over the east, over this combat ensuing underneath them. Avalanche rolling things downhill. That go boom, and Game Lord suffering because of it.
I mean, Game Lord were really the only ones that were keeping MUERTE in check here. Avalanche steps out for too long. They don't have that covering fire coming through from Robs and Victor, and unfortunately fall prey to shots coming through that way. Discrim still sending those nasty SLR shots down towards him, whilst Akashi tries to crawl back to the rest of his team. Last-ditch effort before Discrim puts a stop to that.
KASIK team crunching in on the eastern side, behind Cave. Influence actually spotted by MADBULLS. This is to the south as well, so Avalanche close by to this one. MADBULLS have a nice lineup on this eastern edge, but could prove tricky to move forwards. KONINA Power having to rebuff Dagestan. This is a rematch from the end of last game. Dagestan seemingly on the cards to lose it once more. Nox only found, but it is technically a 1 versus 1 right now. Palucci takes a volley, but the health bar keeps him alive for now. A hard southwest shift. Goes over towards Nexus and GOAT team in the meantime. Potential to res here, but Limbo Boom spotted by something. Res did come through as well, and Dagestan goes 0 for 2 on their engagements with KONINA Power.
Yeah, Boladoy played that one out carefully, kept threatening the res as well, ensuring that they couldn't move in on that one succinctly. Dagestan really couldn't do too much in that situation. With the amount of vehicles they'd been able to post up on that high ground too, and Dagestan just been sent away, they really had no cover to play around. So for KONINA Power to get back up to full force after that one is a really, really good sign. Again, Boladoy doing a lot of the work for them. KONINA Power better be giving him a pat on the back once today's over.
Certainly should be proud. Cracking plays from Boladoy. Striker just sneaking back behind the headland, gets away with it. 2 wheels out in the buggy, but not going to slow him down. KASIK team reposition, trying to swing underneath the MADBULLS sightlines. Sly Europe a little bit further south. Major Pride on the northwest side of Shumasera. These buildings probably one of the few sanctuaries for both Sly Europe and KASIK team, but they're going to have to fight it out for them.
Yeah, you can try and get through these buildings as well if you swing down on that south side, and it's a place to hide, but Major Pride already taken up one of the key positions over in Shumasera that has oversight on these buildings towards that north. Problem they're facing right now is KONINA Power is really encroaching on their territory. MADBULLS takes a knock over towards Frozen from Striker as KASIK sets up a line.
Aim Lord down and out in the northern side as Milky Way and Happy J tag him out. MUERTE have still got that high ground on the northern edge in this next circle. KONINA Power pushing in up their hillside as well. A tricky descent ahead of them, but Major Pride probably struggle just that little bit more, and that's all you need sometimes.
Major Pride taking a two-way fight at the moment. I think a little bit too much attention was set up towards that northern side. They saw there's a lot of fighting going on there, which means they have more time to take this fight fully over towards KONINA Power. And I think KONINA Power has really identified the split attention there from Major Pride. Finds one, and now it should be easy pickings. They're inside the circle. They don't have to go for a massive play here, so it can take a little bit more patience, John.
MADBULLS, heavy fire coming through from Unicorn of KASIK team. They're trying to push through, so the MADBULLS are on that northern side, so they're rotating parallel. Cave might push into the back of this MADBULL position as well, with Dimension rolling on up. I think that's the car that you just saw flying off the right-hand side of your screen. Doesn't really have the position to cause trouble here. As Avalanche want to try and survive a little bit longer. KASIK team now playing as 2, getting up to some high ground. Tulika dueling out across the way, but MUERTE have such advantage over all of these engagements.
Tulika finds Ingush and Unicorn out in the blue just to try and spray into the blue itself, in towards that smoke. Ingush will suffer a lot of damage over towards that blue zone as we head over towards Circle 5 now, trying to pick up Ingush, just giving a little bit of hope towards his way to get him through this. MUERTE also trying to remove the last remaining members of Avalanche, who's been underneath them for a long, long while. MADBULLS still fighting it strong.
Discrim and Happy J, they played this 2-2 split for a while. Now MUERTE are going to have to regroup in order to figure out their next steps. Team Doom playing in a central spot, but they're only on 3. GOAT team as well on a compound to the west, but Nexus have high ground over them and may be able to cause a lot more trouble.
Team Doom centered. not exactly confident in their ability. MUERTE still looking strong on this northeast side. Should be able to get a lot of loot through, but a lot of teams to contend with now. KONINA power down towards the south, still being an overbearing presence.
MUERTE rolling on in towards Alicio. Last player for Avalanche gives a good fight, but will not be enough to stand tall. Discrim low. They can start to heal there for first aids. Maybe look to sweep out on these hills. Move past Chumasera. The western edge still a sanctuary for goats right now.
And NEXUS up top. Can look down, but coming off this cliff edge is a little bit tricky for NEXUS. MUERTE really dominating over on this northeastern side. Doom not doing too much to hold them back either. Eventually we'll have to step into grounds uncharted and MADBULLS. A decent location and the gun skill that they offer. MUERTE doesn't want to get too close.
Look at Milky Way as well, so close to Dimension, might get cut out, and it's MADBULLS to actually spot it. MUERTE just lose one of their players. Fairly wild rotation, and Malloy as well, getting knocked. Oh, this is tricky for MUERTE now. Discrim and Happy J so far afield. That sweep just did not work out for them. They didn't go together. They didn't try and push all the way through.
I mean, it's fair enough for MUERTE. They want to try and get some scouting done, but I do think that it was a bit overzealous on their side. Splitting up like that, moving down towards MADBULLS, losing one player will really diminish their power towards that endgame. We know on Miramar they like to take these really big splits, but I just don't think this is the place to do it.
The decisions were split. These predictions came in just before that rotation for MUERTE, for me and Max. And we're sort of fist in mouth right now. GOAT team prediction from Blank. He thinks they've still got the chops for it.
I mean,
that's coming through from you, right? And KONINA power for Gennaro.
I think that, you know, GOAT team, when they play on the lower ground like this and allow a lot of teams around them to take these fights, typically they do very well. And I'm hoping that they don't disappoint because they haven't really brought anything special since their 4-day chicken dinner. And I'm hoping just a little glimmer of that is remaining in the back of the fuel tank. They can unleash like nitro into this game.
75 points on there for chicken dinner day. Oh no. MUERTE getting lit up by Team Doom. Malloy has had not as much of a say in these lobbies as of late as he once did. MUERTE probably getting busted down to 2 here. Dimension very close by and really unknown almost completely here on this position from MUERTE.
Yeah, it's a lot of squads around you in quite difficult terrain to navigate. And with MUERTE liking to get in that scouting done, I just don't think this is the place to do it. You just have to all or nothing it, John. Right now, Happy J scouts off towards a compound on the west, which they could have taken up a lot earlier, but opted to try and go for some of these third parties. Fair enough, eliminations, they count in a big way. Sly Europe, on the other hand, currently at 4 members.
Absolutely. There's only 3 teams in the lobby on 4 players. Sly Europe being one of them, NEXUS on the west being another, and GOAT team in the compound on the west also being a third. NEXUS are taking heavy fire from Team Doom. This central outpost for Team Doom has been so powerful, actually. They've been able to control a lot from this area. And they've had such a better day than we've seen from Team Doom in any of the days so far in this phase.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. It's lovely to see Team Doom stepping up. It's quite difficult to assault that position that Team Doom's currently playing, so you just have to stay out of dodge. Sly Europe trying to leave this position. It's not an easy one to do so, and they're zooming straight down towards the MADBULLS themselves. But stop just a bit short.
The Major Pride as well will defend it. Nade over the top, and already a knock from Major Pride. Nade's going to follow it up as well. Going to make things a whole lot harder. NEXUS lose their entire backline, just leaving Kapahala at the forefront to try and stay alive. MUERTE on that northern edge, sent Happy J further out again to look for a little bit of scouting over on that top hillside. Going to see those crates start to pop and know that there's fewer players. Yeah, okay, he's fully got that information now. And with if Kapahala goes down here, which he should in all rights, Piper not quite able to land all the shots necessary.
Oh,
wheel.
A sliver.
Find it. Goodness me. That actually came from Team Doom. That knock over towards Kapahala. That's the final elimination there. And Kaver eliminated as well.
KONINA Power still looking fairly strong. Down to 3 players, though, which is awkward. MADBULLS have really weathered quite a difficult position in the circle, been wedged between a lot of separate teams, able to push back the guys from MUERTE who were searching for a home, unable to find one. Major Pride were looking to lock in the guys from Sly Europe, but weren't able to do so as they quickly got out of dodge. 10 shit going down, not ideal.
Team Doom have been such a turret on their position. Leaving that one player out by the roadside in the shack has just been able to be on the swivel constantly. Sly Europe, one of the 2 teams remaining at 4 players alive, losing 1 on those hillsides, bust them down to 3. Goat Team the other, right on the edge as well. This is a ragtag final circle, mate.
It really is. Major Pride all step out into the open. An effect taking a lot of damage, has to send it back towards Sly themselves to keep themselves up. Team Doom with an extremely strong position still. Circle centers up their way. Goat Team make an aggressive push in and get knocked on the way through.
Losing Alpha on the back. Endorphin is behind, so could potentially stop off for a pit res and look to regroup further forwards, but will be difficult. A knock sent back towards KONINA Power does alleviate a lot of pressure there, but with Endorphin going down, Ray and Piper will not want to go back out. KONINA Power getting dismantled on the south side in the meantime. MADBULLS are going to have to make their push sooner or later as well on the northeast.
I mean, with one player at least going down, Ray can move out. Agorazin has to hit these shots. There is still time, though, before this circle closes for them to get the reses off for GOAT. It will be only 1 player, but 3 is better than 2.
I mean, you'd think, wouldn't you? There's a buggy there to try and get them back out of dodge. Team Doom finally losing a player to the MADBULLS, who start to move over this ridgeline. Phantom needs to hold it off to try and keep that stronghold on the roadside that they've been able to leverage so much this game. Mandarin spots Nomi. And Effect wants the challenge. Mandarin takes too many bullets there, and that is going to be curtains, I'm sure, on the open ground. Dodges to the other side of the smoke, looks for the res. Goat Team on the south side have managed to find their way in. 1 MADBULL has fallen as well, and MUERTE playing with 2. Happy J and Discrim can maybe have a little bit of a peek over this ridgeline, but they don't want to take these risks when they don't have to. Goat on the south, 3 players still.
Interestingly enough, Major Pride have still made it in. I think that perhaps GOAT might be a little bit taken aback, but luckily Nomi takes some shots, which gives them all the information they need. 4 limbs so far, and Team Doom in a tricky position now.
Ooh, a lovely little spray down there from Discrim. Takes out the backstop for Team Doom. That allows the MADBULLS ground to move forwards. Major Pride want to take on Goat Team right now as Nomi moves up. Effect is already down, so it's a 1v3 right now. Piper falls first on the trade, and Ray is able there to get some vengeance, but there is an answer coming through from across the way. A knock comes in from MADBULLS as Tulika lands the shot that he needed. The miracle in waiting. And now Goat, trapped on the outside, are going to have to crawl forwards and make a decision. The smoke blooms. Endorphin, who was rezzed by Ray, now returns the favor.
Still, up on high ground, this is good news for the guys from GOAT. They have time to play around with. Really important stuff for them. MUERTE still going strong, John. I mean, you can't fault them. They're still going.
They've got
and Happy J might be a problem.
Very close to MADBULLS. This eastern side has been such a test for them. We said we wanted more from this roster, right? From MADBULLS to show us that they do deserve that top spot. And this is a game that I think is proving that.
GOAT has a lot of area to cover, a lot of angles to check down towards. Still arguably in one of the stronger positions, but still, it's going to be tricky with MADBULLS and MUERTE still in this game. 2 very, very strong squads, even at diminished numbers.
We spotted Fleek from the top, and that's going to be MADBULLS losing a player to a knock, and actually sent
the
away.
Piper
nearly got that cheeky little Raz onto Piper, but hits the deck so quickly, immediately going for that heal. Happy is going to have to move pretty soon as well. Ray blooms that smoke and allows the buggies to start to move forwards. Tulika needs to crawl back behind and will be able to do so. Discrim is low in the valley and will be able to stay alive for a long, long time.
It's a real interesting game at the moment. Happy J going down, that's big. That's really big, but still, Team Doom can cause some big issues so far. Taking some shots outwards. Tulika knocked. Extremely important. Now just 2 players for GOAT. They have to move it further forward.
MADBULLS right on the edge, don't have to move just
God.
yet. Ray and Endorphin, they're mounting up, they're going straight for this. Team Doom and MUERTE can just take a look at this. The push comes in, Endorphin and Ray over the top, and Tulika gets the res. Zerich goes for one, Tulika can't find the trade, and MADBULLS fall. Endorphin is knocked in the process, and now the center of the circle is up for grabs. 2 players, but there's a nade in through the window. Can Discrim find it? Not quite able to land that one. A Molotov in hand now to try and burn Team Doom out of position. Looks for the knock. Can he keep that power? Will be able to get the shot. That's actually pinched away by Ray in a 1 versus 2 now. GOAT versus MUERTE.
Still, Discrim's got a really good spot. Best thing going around for GOAT at the moment is the fact that they've got 2 players and the crossfires to go for. Trying to lock down Discrim now, move up in the moment where he's not available to take shots. He's doing a great job though, holding down 2 players at once.
He has the center. Looks for the stims, needs to keep that health ticking up if he can. Endorphin, nade over the back, into the shack, will not find the damage. Discrim breaks out wide, goes down the hill. Could prove to be a little bit troublesome if they don't know that he's made this rotation. A nice dodge around the rock, keeps him alive, but the health bar not looking great. Endorphin pushes, Discrim wants to commit to this first aid. A breakout, a 1-2 swing. Discrim needs to win this challenge, will be able to do so. Gives it around the rock, a sliver of HP, nothing left. It's all that he can do to stay alive now. Endorphin will be able to shut it down, and GOAT team take back the mantle. A chicken dinner here. A little bit closer than maybe they would have liked, but either way, they win it out in the end.
Low ground gremlins strike again, apparently. GOAT's meant to be up high on the hill, but instead thrive down in the bottom of the valleys. Very, very well done overall to GOAT. I think they played out those final moments incredibly well. It was quite a dangerous push they made over the places, but I think one thing we see from GOAT time and again is these aggressive and risky plays that they know have to happen if they want to take it all the way. It got a little bit spooky, and I think they were left out on that western edge, dealing with KONINA power, dealing with NEXUS, and MUERTE, who was spreading all over the place. It was difficult. It was certainly difficult, but they made it happen.
If Happy doesn't go down there, maybe it goes differently, but it is GOAT team to be able to take the chicken dinner this time around. A nice found game for them. Good to see that they aren't just a one-trick wonder on the day, so we'll see more from them, hopefully, in the next game.
We were a little worried about GOAT team, and they really said, hold my monster, because we're going to get ourselves another chicken dinner. 5 in total so far for them here on Phase 1 Max. And yeah, I mean, that's going to impact the standings, but all in all, GOAT really doesn't seem to like the high ground.
There aren't many teams also that could say they've been able to get a successful push onto MADBULLS. That's not something that a lot of teams can flex about in this kind of lobby. And yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to clear out the KONINA Powers, your Major Pride, Sly, and all of that room has been taken care of in the southern edge. They didn't have that high ground. Even more time, I think they had 50 seconds to go for double res, back up as a 3-man team, really have a good scouting overview of every team where they are. So they knew where MUERTE were, they knew where the solo player from the side of Doom KONINA, which was Mishkelinho, and also where the side of MADBULLS were. So they do push that one up, get himself the elims on top. 22 points on the game, and as Blank said, it's good to see they're not just a one-hit wonder team. They do still have it in them to get these wins.
Absolutely, and KONINA Power, I mean, yeah, unfortunately for them, they get 2 points for the placement, 6 elims in total, but it feels like any team that I tried to predict just has not had a good ending to their run, so I'm gonna stop doing that. VIRTUS.PRO, SHOCKWAVE, Dagestan, these are the teams, NEXUS Gaming as well, that we've kind of expected maybe to get a couple more points in the bag today, but unfortunately that's not gonna be the case. GameLord, though, did get a total of 4 when it came to some of these elims, and it feels like a lot of these games, it's a hit or miss sometimes. I feel like a lot of these teams, especially early on, Max, are struggling maybe a little bit, and then before you know it, all 4 players are gone, and you don't even have a placement point.
I don't even feel like it's the teams at the bottom that are like playing worse. Really, I think it's just the teams that we were questioning at the start that are just starting to improve so significantly. They started popping off, being so much more aggressive, moving in faster, and it's a little bit scary prospect. And one of the teams in this game that was definitely going to hyper aggressive against MADBULLS was the side of GOAT team that had this great trifecta compound onto the western side, and they just started pushing team because they knew which position was the best. If they give that spot away, they're going to be in pretty deep waters, in pretty bad trouble. So they make it work out. So yeah, GOAT team. get himself the win here. It's going to be enough to push them, of course, get himself some extra points at the end of this phase. It's always good to have that little lead going into the finals, and also should be playing himself a little cheeky game of Vikendi, which is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple extra things for grabs on Vikendi as well, which is always a nice place to be in. But Go Team played aggressively. I mean, the last couple of games that we've seen today, and even a little bit more so yesterday, Goat was hovering towards the middle and the bottom of the ranking tables after each match, and they seem to be struggling getting some of those points under lock and key. But they've proven to us again they can do it. It's not just one day where they show up and take everything they got, but they can do it on another day.
Exactly, and that's the most important part, right? If they get themselves just one day and then you have the point reset and they can't do that again, fair to say the finals wouldn't be looking too good for them. Happy at the end, though. NEXUS, they had this huge split. I think it was a 1-1-1-1 split onto the western side on these high grounds, just scouting everything. But these circles have been horrendous for NEXUS. It was just forcing them downhill or crossroads into open plains, and it's just really hard because other teams have compounds, they have high grounds, so you're just not going to be able to survive that kind of rotation too damn easily. And look at that. That high ground position for Goat Team is just so strong. Even those little ridges that MADBULLS had, in some scenarios, was just not enough to give them full coverage. And then Goat Team, the moment they get those initial knocks, they instantly send it. So the decisive fight coming out from Goat Team was really strong. Unfortunate for the side of the team that we predicted, MUERTE. They didn't quite get the dub there, but losing players early does that to a team, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah, that doesn't help. But the match report as well, highlighting some of the top players this time around. I mean, the MUERTE got their script on the match report twice, so not only most elims, but also the highest damage. I mean, it does kind of make sense, right? You get elims, you do damage, yeah.
Goes together, kind of. Not too surprised on that one, but yeah, Flick also will get that. I'm surprised, only one nade elimination? I thought we would have a few more. We had a few cheeky nades coming out at the end of that game, but also Keme was almost a 400 distance shot. I mean, from the position they were in, I'm not too surprised. If you have a sneaky DMR, also potentially a sniper, no, or maybe a Lynx AMR if they looted that one up. I don't think he did. Could also have a pretty decent impact, but we're done with Miramar for the day. It was interesting to see how that's going to work out, and then we're going to go back to our good old Sanhok. And actually, because looking at the groups, he's not going to... Yeah. I mean, MADBULLS are not going to play, GameLord not going to play, NEXUS Gaming not going to play, Sly not going to play, so there could be a little bit of extra moving space towards the top of the rankings, but MADBULLS just getting these points every single game, I don't think they're going to budge. That first place, it's locked down.
Yeah, MADBULLS have just been so consistent and getting points time after time after time again, and therefore when we're looking at the overall standings, I mean, they're still on top. MUERTE also breaking that 200 point mark, though.
They actually, I said their position's going to be locked down. Actually, I didn't. Yeah, the points MUERTE just got, actually, they could topple MADBULLS' position in the last game because they're not playing. Then MUERTE are, and if they just get an absolute banger here, they could secure themselves a juicy 20-point lead after this first phase. The maximum points you could get in a single phase, that's huge. Though, I would love to see who's going to be in that top 3 position. There's a lot of moving space. All Goat Team, KONINA Power, Gladiators, Major Pride are all going to be playing this final match on Sanhok. So top 3, it could be any of those 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's all up for grabs and everything is fair game, especially as we're going to be heading on to Sanhok next. I don't even want to see the bottom of the table anymore. It makes me a little sad, but Sly did manage to move themselves up another spot, so they are now at 11 rather than 12. So I want to say sitting comfortably, but again, you never know, because if today is a testament to anything, then we know that you should expect the unexpected, but also anything can happen, and especially with the fact that Doom, so far, they've actually been quite good when it comes to getting points in terms of eliminations and even some placement points here and there, so they've really used the last couple of days to build it up a little bit, but is it going to be enough for them? We don't know. Maybe not for this phase, Max, but maybe the second phase, the third phase, you know, as we said it ourselves, they do kind of reset all these points, and they're going to have an opportunity to build off of the success that they found so far and build off of that momentum that they have. But what better way to do it with a little bit of boost of energy? So shout out to Monster for making all of this possible. I do really like the pink flavor, and every time I shout out Monster, I feel like I need to go get one because they're actually really, it just tastes like juice.
I wish, but I live in France and all the shops are closed, so Monster is under lock and key, but I will get in there. I will break in.
Sunday.
Yes. I don't know.
No, we do not condone that behavior. If it's closed on a Sunday, it's closed on a Sunday. But
it's for Monster.
You need to plan ahead.
I don't say things that make sense. I don't like that.
No, we can't. It shouldn't make sense. Like, don't say things that we actual normal people would think about, right? Like, we shouldn't do that here. But looking again, just thinking a bit more about those overall standings here, Max. I mean, MADBULLS just came in swinging. I think we kind of expected that as well from them at the beginning of the PMPL. We're like, okay, MADBULLS, you know, they're definitely a team to keep our eyes on. And as much as we've highlighted some of the teams like Gladiators, Unicorns of Love, we even highlighted Major Pride, saying that they're coming into this a little slow. Unicorn of Love kind of stayed in that camp, but really Gladiators, Major Pride, they have ramped it up a little. So besides the macro gameplay, what else is there contributing to it? Or is it actually just the macro gameplay that these two teams have adapted to so incredibly well?
For Major Pride, I feel like it's more about their synergy. It feels like they're just working a lot better together as a team. I feel like from time to time, they're still maybe a little bit slow to rotate, but at the end of the day, the team players there, even if you're a little bit late, at least they're playing as a four-man team all together. So
yeah,
I feel like this is just what this first part of the week was really helping them improve and work on, was that synergy, building that team play, and I think they are getting to that point now where they can just do that pretty much every single game. So yeah, I mean, I gotta say, the teams that we thought would do well maybe struggled at the start, but now they are on that first page for at least a big majority of them. So I'm just hoping they can continue like that and hopefully replicate the success they found at the end of this phase in the next two phases, hopefully in the finals too, hopefully also in the championship, but I'm looking really far in the future right there.
Like, do you have a crystal ball?
Would be good. No, unfortunately, I got my observation hacky though. That's pretty elevated. It's pretty good.
I mean, it's been working out for you and your predictions. Wish I could say the same about myself. Look at the best teams of Sanhok. I mean, as you said, you're looking for that consistency. You're looking for these teams to replicate the success that they found, to replicate the gameplay that they've been going for, the strategies. And Cave comes out on top here when it comes to damage, but it's really Major Pride, KONINA Power, and MADBULLS that I am looking forward to this game specifically, even though MADBULLS is not going to be participating. So we're going to see which team is going to be heading out on top here on Sanhok with our casters John and Blank, as they're once again going to be trying to walk us through all the action that takes place, which sometimes is quite a lot.
Thanks for seeing that. You know, sometimes it is a lot, but you know what?
It is.
Put our best foot forwards into this game, just like Goat did in that last game, just like MUERTE as well in those final moments. Blank, our last Sanhok, not only of today, but of Phase 1. It is team's last chance to put numbers up on the board if you want a chance of getting into that Vikendi that we'll be playing after this.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams are looking to pick up those additional little points. Sly Europe tried to play out the late game, right? They tried to play out a very, very slow play style there, going for something where they could potentially pick themselves up some points towards the end. Didn't quite work out as they weren't able to go as far as they would like. They certainly got a couple of points on board, but it was only, I think it was only around about 4, was it, total that they were able to pick up. But that has put them over towards 122, tied with Dark Project 122 as well. Again though, for Shockwave, AR and VIRTUS.PRO, it is a long jump that they have to make. They have to make some very, very good decisions this game. Some really strong play styles. What is that? 14 points total and a little bit more if they want to overtake versus Sly Europe, considering they have a chicken dinner, so that would be the tiebreaker. So for these teams underneath, big games required, and not all of them are going to be able to make it.
Yeah, 18 points is the difference there between those two teams, 104 to 122. It is a tall order, you're right. That's basically a chicken dinner. You have to, in order to get 18 points, you kind of have to, because it's just so hard to make it up, unless you frag out your mind in the first like 5 minutes of the game. But again, super, super unlikely.
Exactly, and we see like these 17-point games going through, and those feel like our bigger games. So for AAR, it's maybe possible. 108, the 14-point difference. But like you say, John, 18 points to Shockwave and VIRTUS.PRO is just unlikely. And with VIRTUS.PRO playing on this split, which I highlight every single time, they are just not able to leverage, even after getting some strong positions down towards that south side of the map. In the meantime, though, we do have AR currently playing up towards this side of the map. They have a scout currently holding down towards outside KONINA Power, giving them some nice information. But again, this kind of rotation coming down through here is just overloaded with teams, snakes, players. Everywhere is going to be very, very difficult coming through here, so you are more than likely going to get absolutely dominated. In the meantime, though, we do have something interesting going on down here on this side. Doom versus Cave are both hot dropping down towards Ruins. Team Doom got nothing left to lose at this point in time, so just want to pick themselves up some nice elimination points towards the end of today, maybe bump things up going into next phase.
Team Doom, they dropped Paradise Resort in the last Sanhok today, and Cave normally drop on Cave, so both of them being here is an anachronism, really, I think. But it looks like Cave are going to be the winners of the engagement around Ruins, staying alive as all four.
Yeah, Team Doom getting absolutely obliterated over there. MUERTE over on the southwest side as per usual. I've given a hard time over towards MADBULLS. I think MUERTE could maybe just play a little less split, something we were discussing, John. Maybe play a bit more as a unit. I think they love this split play style. They love to have all the information in the world, but sometimes I think as a unit, they are very strong. Malloy, Discrim, both very strong players. Happy J as an excellent scouter. Milky Way has some great off angles at times, so just maybe bring things a little bit closer together here, find themselves a strong spot down towards this side of the map, and particularly because we are looking at another southwest finish. This is a great game for MUERTE to maybe try and leverage some extra points here. Maybe potentially even overtaking the likes of MADBULL.
MUERTE, as you said, they're playing that split style, and in general, a split style works well against other teams also playing a somewhat split style. But if you're coming up against teams that have reformed themselves into being fast and aggressive teams, or teams that clump themselves together, you're not going to get those 1v1 or 1v2 peaks at the bad end of it. You're getting 1v3s and 1v4s, which I feel like is where MUERTE are losing out.
Yeah, they have an excellent time in the start of the game because they have a huge amount of knowledge around the map, and easily these players are quite accustomed to playing as solos, and that's fine as well, even on a place like Sanhok, because a lot of times if you're a solo, you take a couple of pot shots at someone, maybe you find a knock, maybe you don't, but even so, that team isn't necessarily going to drop everything at the first 10 minutes to chase you down, because they know there are other teams around them and they don't want to spark a third party on this map. The problem for MUERTE at the moment is these splits are happening way too far into the game. Minute like 25, I think a 4-man split, especially with no compound to speak of, is it's a little bit too much. It's a bit too much, guys. Come on. So I think that maybe is something that can be changed. AR look to try and get ahead of the pack as fast as possible. This is something they had to make happen. Nade through the window. Elementrix starts it off strong.
Elementrix gets back as well, away from Purple. The flush goes through onto Becca, so ARR confirmed down to 3, whereas VP on 3 with a res in the pocket. Tapok nade over the wall, nicely placed, but Folly repositions, very heads up there, spotted the players pushing. Unfortunately, you can dodge a nade, but you can't dodge a bullet. Not in this instance anyway. Tapok gets the knock, and hang on a minute, Major Pride are here to play. Coming in from that south side, from Painan. They've moved up north to put pressure on this compound. They know how high value it is. They know that VIRTUS.PRO did so well on their rotation, and they want to slow things down. Look at Excuse Me coming in from the north side of this as well. So even if VP can hold on to this, there are 2 more teams for them to try and push back on. And DBS around the corner is going to be very, very difficult to handle, but Habes does finally fall. ARR are out, but look at this. Major Pride have used this chaos perfectly. Excuse Me now have shots towards the back of VP, and it is looking a little bit hairy.
Yeah, typically this is quite a difficult rotation for Major Pride to make, considering it's uphill towards his position. VIRTUS.PRO should have sight lines down towards them, but under the cover of that third party, they have taken their chances, realizing this is dead center of the circle as well. There's no reason not to take up this compound, knowing that it's one of the strongest in the lobby. Start to just back off just a little bit, perhaps waiting for the next third party to come through or covering their back. Unicorns love taking shots down towards them.
Major Pride feel they've done their job. Back to Painan they go. Moving out. You don't want to be embroiled in this compound, but the circle yet to decide, really, where to go. Gladiators also yet to decide where to go on that northern island. Still playing quite wide split. Shockwave have left it already. They are now on the northeast point of boot camp, close to KONINA Power on the north side. Unicorns of Love, south of the river right now, south of Painan as well. Holding very near the compound that VP were able to, or were looking to try and win it out from last time around, that the Gladiators pinched it away from them. You can see that compound just southwest of Mihi, southeast of Beast. That's where that final circle fell, but This time around, they're going to go just a little bit past it. That ridgeline provided a lot of power for Gladiators, and that's where Unicorns sit right now. Clave, though, wanting to push in.
Creepy goes to the scout, hopes to bait out some shots, knows he's in a pretty quick vehicle as well, so he can get away with it. Again, Major Pride moving back down off that compound just speaks to me a lot about what type of team they are, because this is a position that you can easily play for the rest of the game, and it's something that, you know, VIRTUS.PRO tends to do a lot, is pick a compound, stay there. For Major Pride, in fact, I think that they much prefer or much more value being able to flex out of Painan. And you know what? Completely respectable. I love that coming through from Major Pride, deciding where they work best and just running with it.
Nade onto purple and and moving in past VIRTUS.PRO, who have been in a fight now for the last probably 6 minutes of their game. First off, fending against ARR, then Major Pride down the south, and now, might be the final nail in the VIRTUS.PRO coffin. And it will indeed be so. VIRTUS.PRO swept aside, can get this res and start to think about their next rotation as the circle heads up north. Dark Project, an engagement with Avalanche. 3 players for Avalanche. And a knock already sent over their way.
Massive amount of engagements happening around the map at the moment. Alicio finds 1, and Dark Project down to just 2 players. Not sure this fight was even worth it, with Dagestan on the sidelines looking to pressure into this one. This could be a bad fight, gone very wrong.
Dagestan moving on up to the wall, and CJ, he's like, oh, I'm going to swap weapons, I'm going to be able to handle it, and then a nade just blows up at your feet. Nothing you can do about that. Wait. Wanting the res onto Latte, but again, Dagestan just put this ordnance in. High value from it as well. Wait swings out wide with the DBS, but it isn't going to be good because Limbo Boom was there on Sniper Hill. Ready with the vantage point. Beautiful stuff coming through. They can start to move further southwest. There's Shockwave and KONINA Power looking to move through boot camp. Shockwave were a little bit further out from boot camp, so KONINA Power have allowed them to move in ahead.
I mean, for KONINA Power, they do hold a lot more cards there, because Shockwave within boot camp, a bit more difficulty scouting outwards. Unicorns of Love taking shots down towards cave side, getting a little bit of vengeance from that last game. But again, I don't want to speak too soon, because Unicorns of Love can switch on a dime to quite fearsome to just meek and cuddly.
Influence and creepy as well. Taking care of the Unicorns. Miki down. KASIK team on the hillside. Just a little bit further away, trying to squeak on in. Zero and Noshi now have a fight on 2 fronts. Far from ideal. Everybody saw Gladiators last game and like, oh, this ridgeline's really good. Cool. Let's go there. And 4 teams now sit on it.
I think so many teams realize that if they want to pick themselves up and get towards that 12th place positioning, they need eliminations. They need a big game. So they're just searching for players at the moment. And these other teams in the lobby that have already qualified, like Gladiators, Go, MUERTE, quite quiet, in fact. I mean, MUERTE is just starting to push their influence a little bit on this engagement. But Gladiators still in Confluence compound, Major Pride, flexing from Painan. Go, in the meantime, slowly careening past the guys from Dagestan, looking for a southern rotation.
Just cruising on past. English, though, certainly anything but cruise control. 3 players, individuals from different teams are going to go up into the wall. Influence will win it out, and a 3-way engagement. It really speaks volumes about this hillside right now. Goes the way of Cave, but Influence is shut down almost immediately to MUERTE. See this chaos and think, yeah, we'll have a piece of that. Sure, why not? Zero. You need to get the swivel on. How did he make that happen? KASIK falls as Zeros turns around and does the dirty, but unfortunately, there's a teammate there for KASIK team to shut it down. That was a really good flick shot coming through. Discrim spotted by Creepy.
I mean, what a weird engagement we're seeing so far. So many teams already. We're down to 10 teams, 35 players, stage 3. This is ridiculous, the amount of players that have just disappeared from the lobby. MUERTE looking to take it a little bit further. Currently on the western side of the bridge. There's not a lot of players left, John.
It really isn't. It's, as you say, kind of surprising that you see it this early into the Sanhok. Gladiators, I feel like they have slowed down here, and I feel like this is one of their maybe weaker rotations when they get stuck on this Confluence compound and don't make the decision to move out.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much engagements, and they most likely have heard a lot of them. It is completely unknown what is happening over on that eastern side, and again, that rotation has caused them a lot of troubles in the past. So for them, they have no idea. Usually it's very simple, like we've said before. With VIRTUS.PRO, they have a very clear-cut game plan, which is regroup, find a compound within the circle, dead center. They don't hold these positions, in which case Gladiators can quite easily just flourish on through. But this time around, they just don't know what's ahead of them. For them, Shockwave off towards their east, as well as Dagestan. At least they have eyes on at least one of them.
Trying to get a pick if possible. KONINA Power moved from the north side of boot camp all the way across the northwestern island, now looking to cross down south into a fairly unoccupied bit of territory now. No one there to challenge them, but they are unaware of that. Of course, they'll play it a little bit safer, hopping into the water. Want to get swimming as fast as possible there. It's a long, shallow area, which makes this crossing very difficult because it slows you down and there's absolutely no cover. So going for it when there's players nearby is a death sentence, fortunately for them. No such punishments shall be enacted. I love it.
I love it too. I love the little sloshing as well. Very peaceful. Peaceful moment of reprieve from the rest of this lobby, which has just been chaotic cacophony. So I've been really enjoying this so far. It's an enjoyable Sanhok. Again, like I said, this is a lot of teams realizing they need a big game. They need a big game to reach the upper limits, but on the other hand of things, it feels like it's just a lot of these teams that we know are good, which are picking up a lot of these points just off the back of these third parties. A little bit of desperation towards the end of the day, and these teams with nothing to lose at the top from taking these third parties are really thriving off the back of it. Next circle pops over towards Excuse Me. A decent position for them.
Keeps that in. The hillside that Kitsune is scouting out right now is also going to have a lot of value. He's moving forwards as well for the rest of the Gladiators. They need to get there and regroup fully before KONINA Power push. If they do not, with the style that we said MUERTE were playing, that split can be punished in the same way. And it looks like Gladiators read into that. They will move. These rocks are now secured, and KONINA Power are going to have to be pushed off somewhere else past ruins.
Yeah, pushing them off towards Ruin side leaves them very much on the low ground. Ray steps up, Striker goes down, but a lot of damage passed back towards Goat here. Surprising amount of damage, in fact.
Piper knocked and Endorphin very, very low. That'll slow them down on the south side. MUERTE on their very wide split. Now, we won't see them go for a fast engagement, but they will just crunch in on that south edge, and that is the ridge line that we were talking about that everybody's been fighting over on the south side.
It's one that you want to control because it makes your life a lot easier. Shockwave, on the other hand, trying to get themselves in over Painam Bridge, but it has been covered. This place is occupied, and no one else is entering, turned away at the door.
Limbo Boom similarly suppressed by Excuse Me's position. Very, very powerful position for Excuse Me. We've seen this circle shrink on, and on these compounds on the southwest island, a lot of success found for teams.
KONINA Power heading down towards this south side, John. MUERTE don't have much information on this. Gladiators really do still hold all the cards here. No one really wanted to head center either. There's not a lot of room there in the middle. There's a lot of sparse compounds around this position.
Very difficult terrain to navigate. KONINA Power have swung all the way down south blank, southwest on a wide rotation through. MUERTE are split. Remember, this is what we said they would get punished for, so they need to regroup on this and face it as a 4. On the southwest side, KONINA Power moving on up, and it looks good to start things off. They have come back in, but Happy J is still very much on the outside of this. If he goes down, if he gets spotted, it's bad news. But if they get these opening knocks, excellent, excellent. But this scrim is here as well. Fash needs to win this challenge, but these off angles are working out. This is, of course, the advantage of those splits, as you have more sightlines to play with. But your team has already lost a player. You're diminished in strength now. KONINA Power might fall in your face, but you've lost Happy J already.
Happy J down. Stressful position to be in, but MUERTE can still take it a little bit further. Major Pride in the meantime, taking shots over towards the players crossing the bridge. KONINA Power still fighting back versus MUERTE, John.
Nade over the top for Discrim. Bellucci last standing. KONINA Power here. Goat pretty close by as well. Could maybe find a shot on down. Bellucci breaks out into the open, has got the shotgun, and it is brutal. Discrim goes down, and MUERTE lose another. They're committing to this res as well. Gorzin might feed that info back, but Bellucci's more worried about getting this heal off because he knows the blue zone's coming. A shot and gets the flush. Malloy needs to heal. Milky Way will send forwards. I imagine this is just going to be traded back and forth. Bellucci, can he get that first aid off before going down to the zone? I think he did, but really isn't going to be able to do too much more there. Actually, hang on a minute. Goat team are here now from the northern side. They will try and guard out both of these players. Bellucci hears this, knows that Malloy falls, and can crawl all the way up now. No first aids, no meds left, no stims either. So we'll just be taking this one raw. And wriggling, Bellucci. Really suffering now. Resupply on the crate. Will have to move again, but it will envelop him. Does this first aid pop first? It does. Moves in again. Malloy needs to commit to the heal, as does Milky Way. Puts the slowdown on the fight. Has 2 first aids left. Needs to pop one very soon if he wants to stay alive, but he might just try and ruin the day, but it's not going to happen. MUERTE, stay alive.
And Milky Way is going to take an absolute pummeling from this blue and more than likely will go down. Gladiators have a really nice spot currently. Major Pride has been dealing with a squad of Dagestan for quite some time. Excuse me, with a very strong position. Again, the center of this map is very barren. So I don't blame you for choosing excuse me. I blame you even less now.
My goodness. This is good for Dagestan, to be honest.
Yeah, they can hold out on the bridge for a long while longer. I think the problems come into effect when you look at the guys from Excuse Me, the performance they've had before. But again, how hard can it be to hold down this compound?
These are really terrible knocks for the Gladiators' position. They looked pretty good, but Goats are just running them down, running them through. Endorphin, the hilt of the sword, trying to drive on through, but the blade is dulled by Tixi. Will not find the slice just yet. Piper leads the charge to try and get some vengeance here. Both teams will have to move north. A res being enacted at the back for Gladiators to try and keep them all in. Remember, Milky Way's there for a potential third party. Around the side of the rock, however, Tixi still keeps Goats at bay. And this is the powerhouse that we've known for so long in the region. Goats fall down and out. Meku out in the blue zone, cannot get res now, and you can see Matic, gives up the ghost there. I think they know that Milky Way is here. Last first aid on the cards, may be able to spot a player from Gladiators now as he pushes up to the rocks behind. Spotted, cut down, Tixi. Staying strong for Gladiators on the southwest.
Yeah, very quick movements there. And Tixi also finds a shot over towards Major Pride. Luckily, one goes back their way. They're going to move up, try and clear this position away from the Gladiators. Furia spots Kitsune. Ooh. Realistically, Major Pride probably don't want to even push this.
Tixi shouldered the burden and shifts it now to Matic. Stand tall and shrug as Atlas did. Matic wants to push Major Pride off, but will crumble under that weight. No tales to be told about that one. Major Pride stay up as 3. Monkey flushed out by the zone. The circle, again, keeps this Excuse Me compound on for so long.
Yeah, a very much free win here, John, for Excuse Me. And Major Pride continue to move out. A lot of ground that Excuse Me has to hold. A bit of high ground for Major Pride to play around with, as well as some rocks here too. So there is cover for Major Pride to move down.
Don't disregard the fact that Limbo Boom might also have a shot up towards Major Pride's rotations. from that bankside, sure, covered off from excuse me, but the hillside elevation gives him sightlines.
It's not a lot of hard cover actually for Major Pride to play around with. I think they wish they hadn't lost Monkey.
That line
They didn't lose him. They could have been much stronger of a push here. Still, excuse me, very split.
They know that there's at least a player down on the shoreline, so they could be worried that this is a 4-player team. Yen makes the break. This needs to be shut down. This needs to be a knock.
Wow.
It's not coming through. The door frame burst open as well. Yen makes that cross. That is absolutely devastating. The position. Oh, hang on, Limbo Boom. This nade could be perfect. It's right on target, and Yen goes down. That is saving the day for excuse me, to be honest.
Yeah, if that doesn't happen, you know, excuse me, might have had a worse chance against the guys from Major Pride. Effect down, Limbo Boom, able to take them out. Now just excuse me, remaining versus the final players from Dagestan.
9 eliminations for Dagestan on this game. A second place finish. This is a good result for this team. They are in 10th place at the start of the game. They're looking to push far further with this. Beck goes close and nearly goes down, does in fact fall. Keep is traded off, and now Furia has to move into Limbo Boom territory, but there are now 2 players active for excuse me, the blue zone, just a little bit too fast. And excuse me, take the chicken dinner from a very powerful compound.
I mean, that could have definitely have been the Dagestan win if they had been a little bit more aggressive towards excuse me position. But again, very difficult to win out from that spot. I think Major Pride did their best of what they could, and if it wasn't for Limbo Boom there, maybe a different tale altogether. And again, that comes back to Major Pride not able to find the shots over towards them earlier on as they were crossing on the bridge. Maybe if they'd found that shot, Yen could have made that incredible run when it was down towards that rock and provided some cover for the rest of his teammates to play around with. But again, excuse me, able to take the win there. Wonderful stuff.
I mean, they get the compound, they get the shifts. It's hard to lose something like that. And even then, it looked a little bit shaky. Excuse me, we'll be happy with that result, but I don't think it's even going to be enough to see them into the top 12 on this one, so we might not see them in this next Vikendi. We'll take a look at the overalls with the analyst desk.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Go, go, go.
Excuse me, with the first win they have so far, I mean, they secured that chicken dinner in quite the fashion on our final map before we head into Vikendi, Max. We might not be seeing them in Vikendi, but it looks like as long as Excuse Me stays out of early fights, they have a good shot.
It's weird. We've been saying all the time, don't hot drop. The time there's no hot drop over on Sanhok, they get the win. I'm just saying, you know, and John predicts them. That potentially helped a little bit too. He's just pushed them over the edge to make sure they get themselves the win. But hey, you know what? It was kind of like a gifted win because they were in a central position in a compound that was really hard to breach. No one wanted to breach them because otherwise you're just opening the floodgates pretty much. So they do get 4 eliminations from that position towards the end there, but it could, really, Jiniro, it could have been a Dagestan 77 win if you didn't take that one tick of damage from the blue zone. Unfortunately for Keep, he does take that tick and goes down, but it was down to a 1v1. It could have been a Dagestan win at the end.
I mean, no gifts here in PMPL. You gotta work for everything you got. And excuse me, they worked for a total of 14 points. Major Pride even getting up in that top 3, 6 elims, 5 for that placement point. Gladiators and MUERTE, I mean, Go Team as well, getting some points here. It feels like now it's becoming a little bit more consistent in terms of the teams that are continuously securing themselves a couple of points and getting, whether that's elims or placement points. I mean, Unicorns of Love, you got 2 points. I'm really proud. That's much better than we've seen in a while. But this team, I mean, we had so much hope, right, coming into this. And unfortunately, maybe this phase 1 it's just not meant to be.
Yeah, it's just not meant to be for some of the teams. And the teams that have started to improve and rise up towards the top now are just securing all the eliminations, and the teams at the bottom are just left stranded with, like, peanuts pretty much every single game. Like 2 points here, 1 point there. Yeah, I do like them. You know, Anya likes them too, but in PUBG Mobile, it's not going to be enough for you, right? So we'll see. But Limbo Boom, he had some sick nades, by the way. That one nade he was able to connect onto Yen on the side of Major Pride. That really just set up the entire team to be able to just hold the East for as long as they did. Yeah, so Limbo Boom, definitely MVP of Dagestan in this game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Beck coming through with the highest damage as well. Excuse me, doing quite well for themselves this time around. Dagestan, so you said it yourself, unfortunately, just that one little thing could have made a difference, but it didn't. And that's just how it works. It's just part of the game, and you gotta get used to it.
Though, Cave, we're getting used to the fact that they're fragging out almost every game we've been seeing. I don't know what happened, but they've truly unleashed the beast. Drank a monster or two, and it's working out.
They heard all the things you said, and they said, we're not going to accept this.
Of course, it's me. Whatever I say. Like, oh, we're offended. You know, everyone can say negative stuff on us, but if Max says it, we take that personally. We don't like it. But
you're the analyst, so everything you say is right.
Whoa, I'm not sure about that one. But hey, if that's how it's got to go, I'll criticize all the teams. I'll criticize Shockwave and Game Lord even more. I want to see how they can do. But really, an incredible step up. Like Creepy, especially with Influence, seems like they've truly become the fragging duo. Dimension has been the scouting, long-range sniper with the DMRs, with those big bolt actions if he can. So it seems like the team is in a position where they feel very comfortable playing aggressive against this caliber of teams in PMPL EU. So no, I'm happy with where they are so far. I believe they will be playing this next Vikendi, so we'll see how that one's going to go down. But I'm a little bit sad for the teams towards the bottom. They're not going to play the Vikendi because it's been so long. We played it in comp like a real official Vikendi game, but some teams will have to miss out.
Yeah, unfortunately, but you're absolutely right. A lot of these teams over the last couple of days have been building more of that confidence to go into the faces of the teams that have been towards the top, especially MADBULLS. I mean, that's one of the teams that a lot of players are just kind of, you know, hesitant. Do we go all in? Do we wait? And MADBULLS, they're just pressing that key, running straight into your face and, you know, shooting you out of the competition.
Yeah, although I was looking at that replay of Tixi there. I'm always going to be supporting the Tixi supremacy every time from last year. Still the case now. Tixi supremacy is real, ladies and gentlemen. And he cleared out Goat Team and Dimwesi, just something of absolute beauty. I know I'm a big fan of Tixi for like the past 2 years now. I think in 2021 he had a little bit of a rough year. He wasn't really that present, but he's really had a huge resurgence in the full split of last year, and now he's just still such a dominant player when he is in those key positions. So yeah, Tixi supremacy, get on the train. Get a hype train. The hype train.
Okay, we're gonna see about this hype train over the next couple of days. But the Vikendi bonus, that's a real hype that's going on. I mean, you can rack up some extra dollars in your pocket, and not a little amount either. I mean, focusing on a limbs, viewer's choice. I mean, again, that's one chosen by you guys. So the community, you gotta keep your eyes out who you want to choose. And looking at the overalls, that's gonna give us a clearer picture as to who we can be voting for, because who is gonna be participating. The MUERTE took over MADBULLS by 1 point, Max.
Let's go. It's changed up. I mean, I do love having MADBULLS up there, but it's cool to have a little bit of a friendly competition between MUERTE and, or friendly, maybe not that friendly, but it's competition nonetheless.
Yeah.
Between MUERTE and MADBULLS, and as you said, 1 point difference. And currently 128 elims for MUERTE, 134 on the side of MADBULLS. It is currently the 2 teams that are just set apart from the rest of these teams on these leaderboards. But as you go down, Sly Europe will be the cutoff of teams that will be making it in this Vikendi. So no spots for VIRTUS.PRO, Shockwave, or the teams even further down below.
Yeah, unfortunately, Unicorns of Love, Avalanche, KASIK team, and Team Doom are also going to have to sit this one out. They're not going to be able to participate in Vikendi, but Max, Vikendi, this is going to be our final map, not just of today, but of phase 1 here at PMPL EU, which is quite a milestone to be hitting. It feels just like we started yesterday. So everything's been going by quite fast. I'm getting a little emotional, but the fact that we're playing 6 games, okay, we need that energy boost, and that energy boost is provided to us and everyone else by Monster. So thank you for that, because I mean, today's been a long one and we still have 1 more match to go, but it's just so incredible to see how these teams have been improving. And we're going to be seeing our first ever Vikendi here at PMPL EU with John and Blank.
Back over to the Tundra once more for the inaugural time here at PMPL EU. Blank, he's feeling a little chilly. He's feeling a little chilly.
I didn't like that. My jumper was off to one side, and I was actually starting to feel the chill just a little bit. But yeah, heading over towards the old Vikendi. Back in business once again. I mean, I am excited to see this one, dude. I'm excited to see this one in a big way. I think that, you know, you look at some of these teams that tried to get up here. I think they did their darndest, but we have seen a clear divide between first down to 12th all the way down 13th to the 20th position. These teams from 13th to 20th just haven't really stepped up throughout this performance. Excuse me, really did their best in that last match, but only able to find 106 points at 14th place. But that will still contribute to their overall in the future, although they won't be able to face the tundra that is Vikendi.
Trapped in the blinding whiteness of the tundra. Freezing you up, freezing you down. You've got to make sure you've got your snow boots on. Let's get into it. Eastern plane path Blank from over Cosmodrome down towards Catra and Hot Springs.
Real nasty stuff, actually, because we do have still this frozen river that moves through the middle. Obviously, you still can cross over this one quite easily, considering it is frozen, but this will cause some problems because throughout this area, it is quite the ditch, right? So moving through, you're going to have to head underneath and then back up again. So if you're getting a plane path like we're seeing right now that's heading down this side of the map, getting over towards places like Dobromesto, Garoka, Villa, even Dino Park, which I know Max really likes, is going to be quite difficult to head over there. So teams will have to make some interesting approaches. Overall, though, you know, because we have 12 teams, there aren't going to be as many snakes. But you know what, John? Overall, I am a happy man because we're playing on Vikendi.
I like it. Vikendi is a friend to us all. You can see that friendly face smiling back at you sometimes when Blank's on the controls. Teams breaking out to the west, of course. Remember, it's only 12 teams, Blank, in this lobby. Less telling you, more reminding the viewers at home, there are only 12 teams in this one, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, these teams will all get a chance at extra points here to sit their totals a little bit higher. What a nasty shift on the circle as well, John, heading all the way over towards Dobromesto.
Forgot about Vikendi circles. Oh,
we
yes.
forgot about the Vikendi circles, heading all the way into the water, cutting off a large section of this map already. But it's interesting to see, considering, you know, these are new circles, I believe, on Vikendi as well, similar to the ones we saw over in our other maps. Updates coming through. I'll have to get a quick check on that one behind the scenes. But in the meantime, these teams all looking for positions. It looks like everyone likes the idea of Volnova and Winery. And again, this is a map that people haven't played in a long time, haven't been able to play in a long time, and probably haven't been scrimming either too much. So the boys will all be heading for somewhere in the map, and we'll have to navigate the really difficult terrain that is Vikendi.
A lot of compound-based gameplay. That's really what we've seen before from Vikendi. The amount of compounds smattered around is a lot higher, and the density is a lot greater than we do see on maps like Erangel, on Sanhok. So it is going to be a lot of moving fast, crashing, and trading back and forth, trying to slam into the armor and supplies of teams that are nearby.
Our projects moving the way up, realizing that Winery had quite a few drops in it, decided that this wasn't really the best place to stay for the time being. Instead, heading up past Dino Park towards Dobro Mesto, Mavatra and Garoka. All really nice positions around the map. Again, this is probably going to end up with a lot of that compound warfare. It's the thing that dominates over Vikendi the most, with there being so many buildings available and so much undulating terrain, right? This is going to be the issue for a lot of teams, is finding the best position, because there's a lot to choose from.
Our project close to Akashi, and Game Lord a little bit further up to Mavatra. Vihar currently being rotated through by MUERTE on the west of this engagement. It's about 400, 500 meters to their west, so they should be fairly sequestered from it. And what we've seen before is teams go very central, very fast for compounds on Vikendi.
Yeah, a lot of times you can just send dead center and then just hope for the best from there. Already though, going up against Major Pride, Effect already down. Arguably one of the best players on the squad, up there in terms of high elimination counts with him and Nomi on the team. So losing Effect early like this, not ideal for Major Pride.
Really far from it. Split now with Goat surrounding the Winery. Come out with your bottles raised. Gonna have to try and break the embargo and rotate out to the west. Goat maybe committing to this a little bit too long. If they don't move in the next minute or so, might be just a little bit of a waste of time, because the center of the circle is going to fill up so fast.
Again, with 12 teams, it does allow you a little bit more room to play with, considering with 16 teams, Vikendi was incredibly packed up, right? That was the biggest issue we saw a lot of times with Vikendi overall, is the fact that there were so many teams crammed into a singular area. With 12 teams now, there's a bit more room to breathe, and you can feel a little bit more comfortable instead of being cramped into a tiny building surrounded on all sides by foes and no friends.
It's interesting as well, given that a lot of these players will not have seen professional play on Vikendi. There's only a couple of names that sort of stand out as longer-term participants at a pro level that will have seen Vikendi played in this sort of a game. Goat team lose a player in the meantime, as Monkey breaks out a little bit too wide there, and Ray catches it. He's got a crossbow. He's got a crossbow. He's going for Robin Hood.
He's going for those prizes, because we do have also prizes to be given out during this game. Most eliminations on one player, one-man army. Obviously, Robin Hood, if you find yourself in elimination with that crossbow.
Well, it's the most eliminations with crossbows, I think. But most likely, if you get one, you're going to be one of the very few who does. I wonder what the tiebreaker is. I imagine it's who got it first, but...
Who got it most stylishly?
On the rules. That is true. I think even if you get it 7th, you know, even if 7 people get the Robin Hood, if you do a 360 out of a window and land a headshot with a crossbow, you should get the prize, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, he's got the crossbow in hand right now.
He does. He absolutely does.
Stun grenade, maybe?
Shoulder peeks. Oh, DBS. Pops it down. Answers in kind with another DBS, and Nomi gets flushed almost immediately. Yen, last standing for Major Pride now. Ray did get knocked in Dolphin. Suppresses that line. Nade up close. Ray yet to be flushed.
Looking for some additional eliminations here. Yen. Peek around the side, has the barrel. big damage coming through from that weapon, but Yen slowly ticking away from the blue itself, with the res being threatened in the back line. One player up front to be able to deal with it. Yen is all but donezo now as they start to push up. He has to have magnificent performance, but instead stares at the wall, talking to it. No one's talking back, though, other than the sound of the bullets entering his brain, and he'll be leaving the lobby alongside with the rest of his team of Major Pride. No points found, I believe, for Major Pride, other than just the one point there found. One elimination over towards GOAT team, so really not as successful Vikendi for them to get themselves some additional points. In the meantime, some more prolific teams in my lobby, particularly MUERTE, headed directly towards his side. They want to lengthen that lead between them and MADBULLS, which would be really, really good for them. Considering they're only ahead by 1 point, they can lengthen it just a little bit more. It'll be happy days. Again, all those PMGC points come into account. And obviously, MADBULLS, it looked assuredly like this was going to be a stomp fest for them at the start of the tournament, but a lot of these teams start to figure out their own strengths and weaknesses and leverage them so.
Hey, remember that one time when MADBULLS pushed through the smoke with pans and all died?
That was cool.
That would see them in the lead right now if they hadn't done that. That would have been about a six or 7 point swing on that one game. So they would be about 5 points in the lead at this stage, with an extra chicken dinner for a tiebreaker as well. So, you know, it just goes to show that every match, even if you're right at the top and you think you're free and clear, it does matter.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS, you know, you have to have fun with it sometimes, though, right? You have to have fun with it sometimes. The game becomes a bit too serious, and you start to fall off just a little bit. That burnout can be real. We've seen it with a lot of teams towards the top. I mean, GameLords certainly suffered from it for a while, and seem to be able to bounce back just a little bit now with a bit more, you know, fire behind them, which is always nice to see. Currently sat down towards that southeast side as we're waiting for the next circle to close in.
Game Lord. Now, Valo is all the way out to the east. I don't think we've talked too much about it, but the G36C is available on Vikendi, right? This is a weapon that is exclusive to the map and is very, very powerful as well, Blank.
It's a really good gun. I mean, you can't get your hands on an M4, but you can get your hands on a G36C. Does the same job. Incredibly accurate. Really nice for those compound type warfare where you need a quick peek out, an accurate weapon to quickly hit those shots. Back in again. A lot of times we say for Sanhok, attrition is really the biggest thing for you. How much resources do you have? How much are you bringing in towards that end game? Because you start to lose helmets as you get plinked away, as you peek out of the window. That's gone for good at that point in time unless you go for a crash. So there is that toss-up between, do we just remain passive or do we try and be a little bit more aggressive, maybe find some more smoke, some more nades that we can then use to go for crashes in the future? There's difficult decisions to be had. And more so in Dobromesto than anywhere else, I would say, just because this position is so disgustingly claustrophobic sometimes, and you have to make difficult decisions with little to no info to base them off.
Dobromesto currently occupied by, I would say, one team, or more like 1.5 teams, right? Because Dark Project on the south side, a little bit further out and away from it. Dobromesto really only occupied by Dagestan right now, as the circle is just about to shut. Now, Valo for Game Lord still just looting through. I wonder, what are the healing settings like for Vikendi? I haven't double-checked on that.
Don't talk to me about that, such a thing. Because if Valo does that, I will be extremely disappointed.
I mean, if it works, right? We said this before about Sanhok. We didn't like how it played out, but it was successful for a lot of teams. And if Game Lord are the only team who are committing to it and it does work, this is big potential. Although with reduced placement points, that impact is minimalized.
Exactly. And more than likely, if you go for a heal off, you're going for second or third place. If you get second place, that's 2 thumbs up from Blank. Because 6 points, not too bad, not too shabby, but you want some elimination points on top of that. But if you get like a third place, those point drop-offs are massive. It really does take its toll quite quickly. And I think a heal strat has never ever been the play in the past. I think Gladiators went for something similar like to this on Livik. It really didn't come to pass, even with the placement points being larger back then on that season. So I think if you do see a hill strat, I'm guaranteeing that it's not going to go well.
Okay, all right. That's a blank guarantee. You heard it here first. Alf under pressure. Goat, of course, losing a player early to their engagement over by Winery. And now they have moved up to the north. No other teams losing a player just yet, although there is a knockover from MADBULLS towards Cave. That is in fairly central areas. But this is, again, Vikendi play. You're just going to sit in compounds, take shots at each other, get a knock, ruin a helmet or two, and try and keep it going.
Yeah, I think when I said Dobromesto earlier, I think you just thought that I meant the city, but it's just this area in general. Okay. It's staged up, like it has a lot of weird positions on it, looking down towards Dobromesto itself, the city proper, and then all these areas around it where you can fit a lot of teams in there, all sneakily placed around. I think some teams have opted to head towards Dobromesto itself, like Dagestan, but some teams a little bit further off towards that eastern side, hoping for that shift to come further in towards the mainland.
Tavian, you can see him sporting the G36C there, with the backup of a DBS as well in the secondary slot. For Nexus, currently they're on the outside of the cluster of teams in these compounds on the northeast side. That should be quite good. Having these close-range weapons, it looks like a lot of people are loading up on DBSs. We said that this year is sort of where we're going to see the DBS meta really come through. We saw it at the end of last season. A cheeky little knock there. But Vikendi, we also know it is very much crash-based as well. So close-range power, very important as well.
Yeah, people love like the MP5, the micro Uzis as well. Those things tend to do very, very well on this map. But again, like you say, I think the DBS shotgun meta has really taken the world by storm at this point in time. Most teams are actually opting to just go for the DBS outright. The fact that it's a one-shot elimination a lot of times, one-shot knock is really important for that clutch factor if you're in a 1v1. If you hit your shot, you're done. It does mean like this awkward posturing around doorways though, quite a bit, but I don't mind that so much. There is still skill to be had, as we see Robs has been like the master of it for quite some time. Circle heads up towards that northern side. Sly Europe, nice and dead center. Gladiators up towards the north too, can get themselves a little bit further into this one. Again, a lot of high ground, a lot of hilly areas around Dobromesto itself, positions to take advantage of. But you can see the amount of trees, the amount of buildings. You know, you sometimes do yourself in just for the fact that there aren't enough sightlines around you to gather that information in the first place. You can see KONINA Power coming in from that south side, really struggling to find out whether this compound's got anyone in it or not.
It turns out that it doesn't, and to be fair, it's on the outside of the circle. You don't expect teams to be lagging that far behind, but you're right, it's just so difficult. You can't take that risk if you're scouting, that someone's waiting there for you. MADBULLS on the east, now the hard east of the circle, after holding their compound for a while, will have to push in either up to the north side of Nexus or try and push through towards Cave.
Yeah, the ideal scenario of actually heading towards the westernmost coast for like Dark Project and MUERTE, Dagestan, is that you are going to be comfortably within this circle for quite some time, right? Teams that are playing from the east will constantly have to move in and then get shunted out if this continues towards that west side. And if you're on the west, you can just start to flex out towards the east. It did require a little bit of precision coming through from MUERTE, Dark Project and Dagestan on that circle shift, and a little bit of confidence that it would head this way. But with that kind of circle that really encompasses a lot of water, you can expect the circle to come back this way anyway.
MADBULLS.
That's a lot of ways in there, sorry.
It's okay. There are a lot of ways that this can go. GameLord going to run back and pick up Narvalo, so pull him out of the blue, say, come on, the heal strat doesn't work. Blank said so. Let's go. They hop in the passenger seat and get on with their merry way and swing up north where the MADBULLS were scouting out. You can see Tulika trying to get back to the rest of the team. So GameLord actually leapfrog MADBULLS in the priority on this north side rotation, but Gladiators are already there on the drop on the north side.
Yeah, picking themselves up some nice bit of loot. And this is where things start to get a bit tricky for the Dobromesto teams. Having to move out from there, again, it's uphill. And towards Sly Europe, they'll have easy picking. So this is quite the hard shift, actually. MADBULLS might want to occupy that compound just to the north of them. I think that'd be a decent position to play in. You can expect most of these other compounds to be taken towards the center, but these ones right on the edges, that's decent enough.
Dark Project take a hit towards Wait as the Doppler Mesto teams, the rooftops. I mean, we haven't really looked at this too much, but when it is in this urban environment on Vikendi, the rooftops are so tall. So having this high up position is really important, and that tower is so brutal to be able to shoot out of.
MUERTE still spotting over towards KONINA Power. This scrim taking shots, just a couple here and there. Sly Europe still have a real good chance here. And it's sad kind of for Dark Project Dagestan because they're going to have to conclude this fight and then engage on Sly Europe shortly afterwards.
Have to make that choice. MUERTE moving in now past Sly Europe. Dagestan taking fire. MUERTE are sending it. They're going right on in there. Look at that. All in a vehicle as well. Very dangerous stuff, but they make their way in for now. A knock over towards Alpha. Goat and Goat are really suffering. Dark Project winning out the fight seemingly on the west side. Against Dagestan, Latte is knocked down, so can just get that heal. Spray down on the cross and Keep is looking good in the window. We'll be able to get 2 for the price of his own knock, but in comes the push to continue for Dark Project. Limbo Boom needs to get a knock, needs to get value, and Madness falls. Latte up close, they know he's there, and there's a sideswipe from Zadira, and will be able to take care of Dark Project. I said it looked like they might be winning it here, but it all turns on its head as Dagestan stay up and alive.
For now.
on the west, for now. You're right, for now.
MUERTE in the meantime heard all that engagements and sent dead center. They can play from here. Again, not many compounds, but this is very typical to MUERTE play anyway. Like to play around without a roof above their heads. In comes KONINA Power directly slamming into the middle. There's a lot of sightlines around them, and that's them done.
Shots
Care package delivered.
KONINA Power, yeah, they just send a delivery straight to MUERTE in the middle of these rocks. It's good for cover, but it's bad for intel gathering for MUERTE.
Yeah, I mean, they can just play out the majority of this game, though, from this spot. They do have sightlines they can use up towards the top side. They can jump on top of the rocks as well. MADBULLS, Game Lord, Gladiator all have to move in here. But again, that little supply drop coming through from KONINA Power to MUERTE, very useful.
Oh, Analyst Desk hasn't locked in their predictions yet. We were told we had to do it by phase 5. I'm calling them out, live on air.
Oh yeah, cheating, 100%. That's fine though.
Oh, now I see them moving. Okay, yeah, okay.
They have to do it. To catch up with the likes of us, just popping off, it's got to be done.
It's fair enough, you know, they copy my prediction. It's whatever, you know, it's whatever. Max and Gennaro, you know, they're just going to go with the best. Why not, you know, follow on.
Apparently they believe in you, but get slammed because my prediction coming out strong. Kitsune gets rolled on by one of the MUERTE players. The rest of the team yet to have regrouped. MADBULLS underneath, NEXUS quite happy to keep them at bay. What a horrible position to be in, honestly. Game Lord also now taking shots down towards MUERTE, but they have a lot of different positions to hide in. Fortunately, Narvalo does go down.
Uh-oh, Game Lord taking shots over towards Gladiators as well. Game Lord have taken a knock from Tixie Matic. I think that was a knock over towards Gladiators. Yeah, 2 of them are down, but MADBULLS have shots over towards them. Oh my goodness me, is that Meku on a sliver of HP, keeping the whole team alive right now? Gets the heal off, Narvalo moves in. Meku needs to be careful. Drop another smoke, try and stay alive. Kitsune, the prio on the res, and that's Gladiators down. Oh dear. Shouldn't have copied me. That was a bad idea, terrible.
Yeah, that's what you get for trusting in John. Make your own decisions.
11 prediction points today.
You're rubbish compared to the likes of MUERTE, currently overtaking MADBULLS. Still, Nae's been thrown over the top. NEXUS not really getting much done versus MADBULLS, and funnily enough, in the meantime, MADBULLS are like, right, you're not going to fight us. I guess we'll just take shots over towards Gladiators.
Ooh, NEXUS need to push in through, but this ridgeline is needing to be dealt with. They need to push up and along to be able to get a path over this ridgeline, and MADBULLS do stand in the way. MUERTE, they just hide in this cover. Cowards, Blank, cowards. No, of course not. They're playing in that central location. It makes sense. Doran over the top. Has to contend with a Cave player, but the shots aren't landing from Cave, and Keme also takes a hefty amount of damage. Finally, knocks start to come through.
Nexus still going strong for the time being. Keme has to get back up. Full HP. Flique very low at the moment. MUERTE get a shift their way. Sly Europe off in the distance, inside the buildings. MADBULLS currently 4 eliminations though, looking good. Sly Europe, the only other team with 4 players still alive, emerging from their compound. Nice nade down towards Flique. And MUERTE finally spot them in the distance. Great nade from Zerich though, will take down Discrim. Handling business right now.
Move up for Malloy. The nade could potentially ruin things. Keme up the top there. They know, I think they know where Zerich is. That nade, he has the range, he has the target. Can just pop this down, but is so suppressed on this position right now. Cannot move for Nexus's watch lines.
Yeah, I think MUERTE maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but nice nade from Milky Way. Finds yet. Narvalo equally taking heavy punishment from Nexus up on high. 2 players. Keme was able to get at least one of them back into the fight. Now, MUERTE is struggling slightly just because the elevation around them. They have to wait for the blue, and it's taking its sorry time.
It really is. Gonna have to push people together. Keme and Doran for Nexus. As MADBULLS do finally get eliminated, that thorn in their side gives them a little bit more breathing room. As soon as Doran has to go and Keme has to follow, then they can start to turn their attention Sly Europe's way. The Nexus won't go down just yet. Dog is in their pursuit of victory here. Keme dodges the nade damage there, drops a smoke out the back. Doran does go down. This is great
Nice
news
shot.
for MUERTE.
Yeah, really good shot. This is probably one of the worst positions for them to have to deal with. The fact that MUERTE Milky Way is sent up all on his lonesome, dealing with business on this side. Motos also goes down. I think that was also from Milky Way. Oh no, it was actually Sly Europe from underneath. Happy J finishes off the last player coming through from Game Lord. And now it's MUERTE, pretty much just them versus Sly Europe, who are all fully HP'd up. Look at that, level 3 helmets, level 3 vests. It's going to be a test of skill between these 2 teams.
4 versus 4. 6 eliminations for Sly Europe so far. MUERTE not doing too shabby either. Discrim with a backline. Oh, okay, it shifts towards MUERTE. So this is absolutely in their favor right now. Sly Europe don't really have too much to move laterally against those trees. Not really thick enough to give you the sightlines that you want to be afforded. Milky Way, if he's dispatched, that is a massive opening. 2 players from Sly Europe sent very, very fast. They're going up the hill, trying to get away from the sprays, but it's just not happening. They hit the deck behind the vehicle, but one's already gone down. Can they move in with this chaos on the back to try
Milky Way? Look at his HP.
Find him down. Milky Way, he's on
life support.
He's not, well, he's not anymore. He's managed to get that back. Nicely done. Oh dear, breakout wide. This is MUERTE's to lose now. An aid over the top towards Discrim. Bursts actually on Milky Way. He's
poor lad.
taken so low. He's been through the war zine. Discrim wants to dodge this nade. A good bounce would be good, but takes half his HP bar as penance. Mandarin.
2 more left.
Knows that Happy J's there. Doesn't really get the knock, and that was so important to find if they want any chance. Malloy moves into position to get an angle. A nice nade from Reflect can start to open up this right-hand side of their move in. And Reflect has a chance now to sideswipe on. Happy J spots Mandarin. Sprays down the vehicle. Can't expend too much time because his teammates are falling. Discrim flushed. That wasn't a new knock. And a crawl down as well from the hill. Happy J tries to go for the shots around the side of the tree trunk, but Mandarin moves on up. Malloy is there, hits the shot. This is good. Potential for a res here from Reflect, but the blue zone is pushing in.
Cover from the loot crate. Gonna try and go for it, but MUERTE, I think they've got this locked.
Aids potentially gonna be the final ping on it, but Reflect instead commits for the heal. Milky Way close, G36C in hand, has the DBS to swap to, looks for the flush, no, pings away, gets 1. Mandarin on the flush, and somehow he gets around the side of the rock. MUERTE, 3 players alive. UMP is good for 1. Looks for a trade onto Milky Way. Gets 2, Reflect now, swivels for a 3rd. Malloy, last player standing. G36C still has plenty of ammo left. First aid is there. DBS needs to be swapped on towards. Can he find something in this crate to keep him on going? Wants to commit for this first aid. Malloy doesn't want to give him the time to do so, and it will be shutting it down. MUERTE close. Ooh, they're going down there. It was ropey, but they give it in the end. MUERTE close things down for phase 1 with the final chicken dinner.
A really massive win as well. I think they got a huge amount of points on board. I saw 26, but that would require 16 eliminations. Surely, that's ridiculous stuff. But again, if they achieve that, wonderful. 26 points over their points total. I mean, they were 1 point ahead of MADBULLS before. It's going to be a lot more points than that now.
Many thumbs up indeed for MUERTE.
4 thumbs up.
4 thumbs up. There you go. Let's bring them. Let's bring them. Come on. Put your thumbs up.
Oh.
Put your thumbs up.
My thumbs are only underneath. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, you've ruined the bit.
They're not seen.
Desk. I don't know. Over to the desk.
I'll give you a thumbs. Oh, look, Max is giving you one too.
Yeah.
We're just like on the same wavelength. We got you, John. Don't you worry. But Max, I'm pretty sure Blank is right. 16 elims, 26 points for the MUERTE on this map. On Vikendi.
They just took down a third of the lobby on Vikendi with only 12 teams, which that's an absolute bang of a game. And yeah, you've done well picking them, Blank, because they were playing what I like to call this era mini Quarry, because it kind of has some similarities to Quarry inside of Sanhok. And they got crashed by so many teams, and the fact that they suffered so little casualties is really, really shocking to me. And also, poor Milky Way, he was just getting absolutely shredded, healed back up, shredded again, healed back up. Poor guy, but you know what, at the end of the day, that's 26 points on a Vikendi. I didn't think we would see this many points on a Vikendi game, but they just shredded it.
I mean, they absolutely knocked this one out of the park. They really made an opening statement here on the first map of Vikendi at PMPL EU, but it also happens to be the final game of phase 1. And I mean, they very comfortably secured themselves in that first position, because at the beginning it was a 1-point difference, but now, I mean, we'll have a look at that later. Looking at the match report, though, I mean, the MUERTE and MADBULLS, they went at it. Milky Way, Zarche, Malloy. I mean, Malloy with 6 elims. What can I say, really?
Yeah, it's our boy Malloy and Discrim. You know, the two guys that they've been looking, Malloy, Discrim have been looking amazing today.
Yeah.
With Matic also, I think it's going to be between those guys potentially when it comes to MVP of the day. So I'm not too sure who I'm going to be picking as my choice, but this entire game, it feels so good to be back to Vikendi. It's like my itch has been scratched after 2 years of not having Vikendi. And as John mentioned at that point during the game, Vikendi, if you do not remember what the gameplay is like, is you're just occupying your specific compounds, and the later on you get into the game, it's just crash after crash after crash. And if you're not out of resources by then, you might just be able to get that crash until make it work out. But no, interesting match for some of these teams. But this is when absolute hell broke loose, Janiro, in Mini Quarry, and everyone was just trying to get them where to position. But they just said, nope, we put a mortgage on this place, it's ours, bugger off. And they did.
I mean, fight until the bitter end. It's really the survival of the fittest coming, and I feel like Vikendi is one of those maps that highlights that even a little bit more. In the MUERTE, we said it today, they didn't really have the best of runnings coming into this, but that didn't matter because they were slowly creeping up to an absolute banger of finishing off the phase 1 here.
I was really scared. I really thought Reflect was going to take that one. I didn't want to give the 3 prediction points over to Blank, but I was like, come on, that was still a good play going out from MUERTE. But Reflect, you know, Sly, saying sometimes a little bit too passive, but here they did try their best to get himself that nice little clutch from Reflect, so good stuff on them. But I feel that could actually impact the leaderboards quite a bit this game.
Yeah, but first, we're going to have a look at the daily winners and see who actually won on every single map. Yeah, who won today, you know? I mean, I love seeing this because I remember coming in day 4, phase 1, it was MADBULLS, go. But now it's really great to see that different teams are stepping up on different maps and everyone is kind of getting a chunk of the pie because it's no longer very heavily focused on the teams that were in the top 5 position. It feels like everyone is warmed up at this point. They're ready to roll. They have that macro under lock and key, and it's just a matter of that execute.
It's still weird, the fact that we only had 12 teams in this lobby, and the chicken dinner with the most elims was Vikendi, was those 16, which that shouldn't make sense because you have less teams, less players in the lobby, but yeah, it still happens right there for the side of MUERTE. But yeah, for this phase, it was a fantastic phase for all of these teams, some up and down tendencies for some of them, but no, the big teams we wanted to see potentially do well have been able to cross that finish line at the expectations we initially met for them. So I can't wait for phase 2 and phase 3 to see how that's going to go down.
Well, we're going to do a little switcheroo. Yesterday, you went first. Today, I'm going to name my MVP. I want to say Xerxes just because when we're looking at MADBULLS, I mean that consistency coming out from him particularly, but the whole of the roster really. I mean, we're going to sit here and nitpick, but I feel like everyone from MADBULLS really deserves that MVP once again. They've just been so consistent with a lot of their games.
I was going to go with Matic, but I know we've already been shocked in the past, and I remember Cave has been really aggressive today. I'm still going to go with Matic, but if we get another Cave jump scare in the MVP, I don't know what to tell you. They've just been tagging out.
It's a happy surprise. Maybe it's going to be Dimension. I mean, Cave again on the MVP. This is just a roster to not be messing with.
I think it was Influence last time that was MVP when we didn't expect it. Now it's Dimension, one of the best long-range players. If you give him a sniper, you give him a DMR, he'll play even in melee range like it's a bloody shotgun. That's what he tends to do. But okay, Dimension out here, qualified through PMEC, of course, and has been able to put on an absolute clinic today. And Cave, sure, when it comes to the late game, might not be a chicken dinner focused team, but in this ecosystem where eliminations are so important, Cave's playstyle has really been working out wonders for them, and I wonder if they're going to be able to just keep the ball rolling for the next two phases.
Yeah, let's have a look at the overall as well, because Cave, as you said yourself, Max, they've just slowly been getting those points and inching their way up in that leaderboard. They're sitting on 170 points in total, but the MUERTE, 238 points secured at PMPL EU Stage 1.
Yeah, not Gladiators in the top 3, but you know what? They had La Remontada, that I like to mention quite a few times about Gladiators. Same for Major Pride. Oui, indeed. And KONINA Power 2's been looking a lot more aggressive at the end of the day. So, no, I'm stoked. It's just GOAT Team, I think, would be the big outlier, the big surprise in this top 5 location would be that people wouldn't expect there. But actually, as I checked the stats, I just saw that in the top 5 MVP players, 3 of them are from Cave. Dimension, Creepy, and Influence. They had an insane day today. What?
Yeah, they were just chilling. I mean, getting these MVPs, but getting the points, getting the elims, getting the placements. Maybe not a chicken dinner, but still. And as you mentioned, I really hope that all of these teams are able to get that momentum into that second phase of PMPL EU, because this is the last time that we're going to be looking at this exact overall ranking, because with the end of the phase means that all the points are going to be reset, and unfortunately that's not going to be the case for predictions. I actually forgot to fill out my predictions today.
Ooh.
Totally forgot.
I don't like this.
Oof. I mean, Johnny boy, he is sitting on 27 points.
I only have one thing to say to that. John Allen. There you go. That's
absolutely. I mean, he's just big brain. I mean, why is he?
He has been predicting teams not even based on who the team were and just what position they were in. So no, I like that unbiased predictions coming out from him. So he deserves the win on that one. Good job.
Absolutely. And if you want to deserve a winner potentially with a giveaway, first you need to follow us on the socials: TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. We got it all, and make sure to drop follow so you can stay up to date not just with all the action that's taking place, but also with a lovely giveaway that Max is holding. We've already given away 2 skins on Saturday, which by the way was yesterday, and we're going to be giving away another 2 every phase. That is correct, Max?
Every weekend we're going to try and give away 2 extra skins, so keep on following, keep those DMs open, and next Saturday, if you're good and if you follow, we're going to be giving away some codes. So
ooh. Also make sure, guys, that you tune into all the action in Turkey, because again, that's our region to rival. They are absolutely incredible with the level of their competition, and you don't want to miss out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. It was absolutely lovely seeing you guys as well in the chat yesterday, so I hope you all have a lovely rest of your weekend. We're gonna be back again on Friday. We get that 4-day break coming our way, Max, and I hope you guys spend it well. We sure will, and we'll see you soon.
it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine.